I found out my family has been excluding my grandmother while telling her she's confused. I, 26, have always been close with my grandmother Margaret, 78. She raised me for several years when my parents were going through a difficult time, and we've maintained a special bond ever since. I try to visit her at least twice a month at her house, where she still lives independently. Last weekend I stopped by for our usual Sunday brunch and found her sitting alone, looking at old photo albums with tears in her eyes. When I asked what was wrong, she said she'd been feeling forgotten by the family lately. She mentioned that she must be getting forgetful because people kept talking about family gatherings she couldn't remember being invited to. My Aunt Susan had apparently mentioned at church how nice Thanksgiving was last year with the whole family together, but Grandma spent last Thanksgiving alone at home, thinking everyone was too busy to get together. She'd assumed there was no family gathering. I was confused because I'd spent Thanksgiving at my parents' house with just them, and they'd told me it was a small year with everyone doing their own thing. Grandma said this kept happening. Family members casually mentioning events she had no memory of, making her worry she was losing her mind. She'd started keeping a detailed calendar to track her memory, worried about dementia. Something felt very wrong about this. I knew Grandma's mind was sharp. She remembered everything, did crosswords daily, managed her own finances and home. The idea that she was forgetting major family events didn't make sense. I asked her specifically what events she'd supposedly forgotten. She listed them: Thanksgiving, Easter, my cousin's graduation party, my uncle's birthday dinner, a family reunion last summer. I distinctly remembered my cousin's graduation party happening, but I hadn't been able to attend because I was traveling for work. My parents told me it was just immediate family, very small. But Grandma was immediate family, his grandmother. Why wouldn't she be invited to her own grandson's graduation party, while I, a cousin, was invited? I started asking Grandma more questions about these events. Each time a family member had mentioned them casually afterward, sometimes showing photos, making Grandma feel confused about why she didn't remember being there. My aunt would say things like, "Oh, Mom, you must be misremembering. We told you about it, but you said you were tired." Or my uncle would suggest she'd gotten the dates mixed up. They were making her doubt her own memory, her own sanity. I left Grandma's house and immediately started investigating. I called my mom and asked directly about Thanksgiving. She hesitated before saying it had just been our immediate family, very low-key. I pushed harder and she finally admitted that my Aunt Susan had actually hosted a full family gathering with about 20 people. When I asked why Grandma wasn't invited, Mom got defensive and said they'd decided Grandma would be more comfortable at home, that big gatherings tired her out. That was a lie. Grandma loved family gatherings. She'd hosted them for decades before passing the tradition to others as she got older. I called my Aunt Susan, my Uncle Tom, and my cousin Rachel. After pushing each of them, a horrible pattern emerged. For the past 2 years, my extended family had been having regular gatherings and deliberately excluding Grandma. They'd decided she was too old, and that including her was inconvenient. The excuses varied, but the theme was consistent. She needed too much attention. She talked too much about the past. She moved too slowly. She had dietary restrictions that complicated meal planning. They didn't want to accommodate her mobility issues. Basically, my family found my grandmother annoying and burdensome, so they'd started having family events without her, while making her think she was either not invited to anything or that she was forgetting she'd declined invitations. The gaslighting was systematic and cruel. After each gathering, different family members would mention it casually to Grandma, showing photos, describing what happened. When she'd express confusion about not being there, they'd suggest she'd been invited but forgotten, or that she'd said she was too tired, or that she'd mixed up the dates. They were deliberately making her question her memory and mental state to cover up the fact that they were excluding her. I found photos on social media that family members had posted from these gatherings, tagged locations, date stamps, all proving these events happened exactly as Grandma described hearing about them. Easter at my uncle's house with 16 family members. Grandma not invited. My cousin's graduation party at a restaurant with a private room. Grandma not included. The family reunion last summer at a rented lake house. Grandma told it was canceled due to weather, while everyone else was actually there. I confronted my parents more directly with the evidence. My dad finally broke down and admitted it was primarily my Aunt Susan's doing. She'd convinced everyone that Grandma was becoming difficult and that gatherings would be more enjoyable without her. She'd created a separate family text thread without Grandma to coordinate events. She'd assigned different people to casually mention these gatherings to Grandma afterward to maintain the gaslighting. My mother admitted she'd gone along with it because it was easier than arguing with my aunt. Other family members had similar excuses. Nobody wanted to be the one to stand up for Grandma because my Aunt Susan was the primary organizer of family events, and they didn't want to lose access to those gatherings. So they'd all participated in systematically excluding and gaslighting their mother and grandmother. My Aunt Susan was planning a massive family reunion for next month to celebrate our family heritage and multiple milestone birthdays. She'd rented a large venue, hired caterers, invited over 60 extended family members, including distant cousins. It was being billed as the biggest family gathering in decades. Naturally, Grandma was not invited and had no idea it was happening. I told Grandma everything I'd discovered. She was devastated but also relieved to know she wasn't losing her mind. We made a plan together. I RSVP'd for the reunion and told my aunt I'd be bringing a +1. She assumed I meant a date and was pleased I was bringing someone. The night of the reunion, I picked up Grandma and we arrived together. My aunt's face went white when she saw us walk in. Other family members looked panicked. Grandma walked straight to the center of the venue and asked loudly why she hadn't been invited to this gathering celebrating our family when she was the matriarch who'd held this family together for decades. The room went silent. Distant cousins and extended family who didn't know about the systematic exclusion looked confused. I stood up and explained exactly what had been happening. 2 years of deliberate exclusion, the gaslighting, the separate family text threads, the casual mentions of events designed to make Grandma question her memory, the excuses about her being too old, too slow, too inconvenient. I showed photos on the venue's screen of all the gatherings Grandma had been excluded from: Thanksgiving, Easter, birthdays, the graduation party. All these events that happened while Grandma sat alone at home, being told that nobody was getting together, or that she'd forgotten she'd declined invitations. I displayed screenshots of the family text thread without Grandma, where they'd coordinated these exclusions and discussed strategies for gaslighting her. The extended family members who hadn't known about this were horrified. Several of Grandma's cousins and nieces started crying. They'd been told Grandma was too unwell to travel or attend events, not that she was being deliberately excluded. Distant relatives demanded to know why anyone would treat their own mother and grandmother this way. My Aunt Susan tried to defend herself, saying they'd made decisions in Grandma's best interest, that big gatherings were too much for her. Grandma shut her down immediately, pointing out that Susan had made these decisions without ever asking Grandma what she wanted. My uncle tried to claim they were protecting Grandma from exhausting herself. Grandma asked how being isolated and made to feel forgotten was protecting her. Several family members left the reunion immediately in disgust. Others gathered around Grandma apologizing for not knowing, for not checking on her more. My aunt's siblings turned on her, demanding to know how she'd convinced them this was acceptable. The reunion descended into chaos as people chose sides. Over the following weeks, the family fractured. Several relatives cut off contact with my Aunt Susan and the core group who'd orchestrated the exclusion. Others, including my parents, are trying to make amends with Grandma, but she's keeping her distance. She's hurt not just by the exclusion, but by the gaslighting, by being made to feel like she was losing her mind. I've moved Grandma into a mother-in-law suite we're building at my house. She'll never be excluded or isolated again. My Aunt Susan has been essentially ostracized by extended family who are appalled by what she did. My cousin, whose graduation party excluded Grandma, reached out, apologizing profusely, saying he didn't know she hadn't been invited. Some family members think I destroyed family unity by exposing this publicly at the reunion. But they'd already destroyed it by spending 2 years systematically excluding and gaslighting an elderly woman who'd given everything to this family. Grandma deserved to know she wasn't losing her mind, and the family deserved to know what had been done in their name. Grandma is doing better now, involved in community activities, making new friends, living with purpose again. But the damage from those 2 years of isolation and gaslighting will take time to heal. She keeps a detailed journal now, not because she doubts her memory anymore, but as evidence of her experiences. The family that could have had her wisdom and presence at their gatherings chose to exclude her instead, and now they've lost that opportunity permanently. I discovered my cousins run a popular podcast, stealing my grandfather's stories and wisdom. I, 31, have always treasured time with my grandfather Martin, 77, who's an incredible storyteller. He's lived a fascinating life, grew up during segregation, was part of the civil rights movement, served in Vietnam, worked as a union organizer, and has stories about historical events he witnessed firsthand. Every time we visit, he shares stories about family history, life lessons, historical perspectives, and philosophical insights. His memory is sharp, and his storytelling ability is captivating. 3 weeks ago, a coworker recommended a podcast to me called Wisdom from the Elder, that she said had great life advice and historical perspectives. I started listening during my commute and immediately recognized the voice. It was my grandfather, Martin. His distinctive voice, his speech patterns, his laugh. But the podcast was hosted by someone calling themselves Marcus Elder, who introduced each episode as sharing wisdom from my life and the lives of those who came before. I binged several episodes. Every story, every piece of advice, every historical anecdote was my grandfather's. Word for word sometimes, other times slightly repackaged, but unmistakably his stories and insights. The host would introduce topics and then play audio of an elderly man sharing wisdom. It was Grandpa Martin's voice telling his stories, but presented as content that Marcus Elder was sharing. I looked up the podcast. It had over 200,000 followers and had been running for 2 years, with over 100 episodes. It had sponsors, merchandise, and a Patreon with paying subscribers. The podcast description mentioned it was produced by Marcus Elder Media, with no mention of anyone else. There was no indication that the wisdom and stories came from someone other than the host. I did some investigating into who Marcus Elder actually was. The business registration for Marcus Elder Media led me to my cousin Derek, 34. The podcast's email contact went to an address associated with Derek and his sister, my cousin Nicole, 32. They were running this entire operation, using Grandpa's voice and stories, presenting it as their own content, and profiting from it. I visited Grandpa and asked if he knew about any podcast. He had no idea what I was talking about. When I played him an episode, his face went through confusion, recognition, and then hurt. Those were his stories, his voice, his wisdom, being broadcast to hundreds of thousands of people without his knowledge or consent. I started investigating how Derek and Nicole had been recording Grandpa. I discovered they'd been visiting him regularly for the past 3 years with their phones and small recording devices, asking him to tell stories for the family archives. Grandpa, being generous with his stories and happy that his grandchildren wanted to preserve family history, had spent hours talking while they recorded everything. What started as family oral history had become their commercial content. They'd taken hundreds of hours of Grandpa's storytelling, edited it into podcast episodes, and built a profitable media business around his voice and wisdom. The podcast was monetized through ads, sponsorships, Patreon subscriptions, and merchandise. Based on their subscriber numbers and typical podcast revenue models, they were likely making over $10,000 per month from Grandpa's content. I found their production folder on a shared family cloud account they'd forgotten I had access to. Hundreds of raw audio files labeled with dates going back 3 years. Grandpa, Civil Rights Stories, March 2022. Grandpa, Vietnam War Experiences, July 2022. Grandpa, Marriage Advice, October 2022. They'd been systematically mining his stories, organizing them by topic, and turning them into podcast content. They'd even been specifically prompting him to tell certain stories based on what topics were popular in their podcast analytics. I found notes where Nicole wrote, "Ask Grandpa about his first job. Poverty/struggle content performs well with our demographic." Derek had written, "Need more relationship wisdom stories. Those episodes get the most Patreon signups." The podcast bio presented Marcus Elder as a wise voice sharing life lessons from decades of experience and the wisdom of those who came before. Technically true, but deliberately misleading. Listeners believed they were hearing from the podcast host, not realizing Marcus Elder was just an edited version of an elderly man being recorded without his knowledge that his stories would be commercialized. I showed Grandpa the full extent of the operation, the hundreds of episodes using his voice, the merchandise with quotes from his stories, the Patreon where people paid monthly to hear exclusive wisdom from Marcus Elder that was actually Grandpa's stories. The sponsored ads where companies paid Derek and Nicole to promote products during Grandpa's storytelling. Grandpa was devastated. He'd been sharing his life experiences, his hard-earned wisdom, his family history, because he thought Derek and Nicole cared about preserving it for the family. Instead, they'd been building a business from his intellectual and creative work, presenting it as their own, and making substantial money without ever asking his permission or offering him any credit or compensation. I found that some of Grandpa's most personal and painful stories were being used as podcast content. His experiences with racism, his trauma from Vietnam, his grief over losing my grandmother. Deeply personal stories he'd shared thinking they were for family, now being consumed by strangers as entertainment and inspiration while Derek and Nicole profited. The podcast had a significant following. People wrote reviews calling Marcus Elder a wise voice and praising his life experiences and perspectives. Media outlets had featured the podcast. Derek and Nicole had been interviewed about their successful independent podcast without ever mentioning where their content actually came from. Our family was planning a big celebration next month for my uncle's retirement, a gathering of about 70 people, including extended family and close friends. Derek and Nicole had been asked to give a presentation about their successful new media business as examples of entrepreneurial family members. They'd been planning to discuss their podcast's growth and success, essentially being celebrated for their business acumen. I helped Grandpa prepare his own presentation. We compiled evidence showing the podcast was built entirely from his stories and wisdom without his consent. We created a timeline showing when they'd recorded him versus when those exact stories appeared as podcast episodes. We gathered screenshots of their revenue streams, their merchandise using his quotes, their media appearances taking credit for content that was his. The night of the celebration, Derek and Nicole gave their presentation proudly, discussing how they'd built wisdom from the elder into a successful podcast with hundreds of thousands of listeners. They talked about their growth strategy, their monetization approach, their plans to expand into video content. They showed metrics and revenue charts, positioning themselves as successful digital entrepreneurs. Then Grandpa stood up and asked if he could share something. He played several clips from their podcast. Everyone could hear it was clearly his voice, his stories, his perspectives. He explained that every single episode of Derek and Nicole's successful podcast used his voice and his stories. Recorded without his knowledge, they would be commercialized. He displayed the timeline on the venue's screen. Recordings made at his house on specific dates, matched with podcast episodes released weeks later using that exact audio. He showed their production notes planning which of his stories to mine for content based on what topics were performing well. He revealed the revenue they were generating from his intellectual and creative work, while he received no credit or compensation. Most damning, he played their raw recordings where he could be heard explicitly saying he was sharing these stories for the family and asking them to make sure these stories stay in our family. Their own recordings proved he'd never consented to public commercial use, yet they'd been broadcasting his voice and stories to hundreds of thousands of strangers while profiting substantially. The room went silent. Family members who'd been applauding Derek and Nicole's entrepreneurial success moments before realized that success was built on exploitation of their elderly grandfather. Several pulled out their phones and found the podcast, confirming that yes, it was Grandpa Martin's voice throughout every episode, presented as content from the mysterious Marcus Elder. Derek tried to defend himself, saying they'd been honoring Grandpa's wisdom by sharing it with the world. Grandpa responded that there's no honor in stealing someone's life stories and voice for profit without their knowledge or consent. Nicole claimed they'd planned to eventually tell him and share revenue, but the business registration showed they'd set it up to retain all profits with no provision for anyone else. Several family members left immediately, disgusted with Derek and Nicole. Others confronted them about the ethics of recording someone's personal stories under the pretense of family archives, then selling that content to hundreds of thousands of people. My uncle, whose retirement they were supposed to be celebrating, said he felt sick that his own children had done this to their grandfather. Over the following days, word spread through the podcast community. Listeners felt betrayed learning that Marcus Elder wasn't the host sharing his own wisdom, but rather someone profiting from an elderly relative's stories without consent. Several sponsors pulled their support. Patreon subscribers canceled. Media outlets that had featured the podcast issued corrections. Derek and Nicole were forced to shut down Wisdom from the Elder after overwhelming backlash. They claimed copyright over the recordings they'd made, but a lawyer explained that even though they held the recordings, they'd obtained them through deception and had no rights to commercialize Grandpa's life story and voice without his consent. The family has fractured. Most relatives have cut ties with Derek and Nicole, seeing their actions as elder exploitation and theft of intellectual property. Some think Grandpa should have confronted them privately, but he believes they deserved public accountability for taking public credit and profit for his private stories. Grandpa is now working on a legitimate book project where his stories and wisdom will be properly documented with full credit, and any proceeds going to causes he supports. The family celebration that was supposed to showcase Derek and Nicole's business success became the moment everyone learned that success was built on exploiting their grandfather's voice, stories, and wisdom without his knowledge or consent. Derek and Nicole's entrepreneurial reputation is destroyed, both in our family and in the podcast community. The followers they'd built, the revenue they'd generated, the recognition they'd received, all of it was based on presenting Grandpa Martin's life and wisdom as their own content. The podcast that made them money for 2 years is gone, but the betrayal of their grandfather's trust is permanent. I learned my family has been tampering with my grandfather's medications to fake symptoms. I, 30, have been increasingly worried about my grandfather Victor, 73. Over the past 8 months, he's seemed to decline rapidly. Memory issues, confusion, fatigue, and strange behavioral changes. My Aunt Patricia and Uncle Eric, who live closest to him, have been his primary caregivers and have been reporting these concerning symptoms to the family. They've been taking him to doctor appointments and managing his medications, which seemed responsible and caring. 2 weeks ago, I stopped by Grandpa Victor's house unexpectedly to drop off some groceries. He was alone, which surprised me since Patricia had told everyone he couldn't be left unsupervised anymore due to his cognitive issues. When I arrived, Grandpa seemed completely normal, sharp, engaging, asking detailed questions about my work, and remembering our last conversation perfectly. This was completely at odds with the confused, foggy person Patricia described in the family group chat just days earlier. I casually asked Grandpa how his doctor's appointment went yesterday. He looked confused and said he didn't have an appointment yesterday. But I'd seen Patricia's text to the family group. Just got back from Dad's cardiology appointment. Doctor is very concerned about his memory and confusion. I showed Grandpa the text. He insisted he hadn't been to a cardiologist in months, and certainly not yesterday. I started paying closer attention. The next week, I visited again unannounced. Grandpa was lucid and coherent when I arrived around 10 a.m. I stayed for lunch. Around 1 p.m., Patricia arrived for her afternoon check-in with a small bag of what she said were Grandpa's medications from the pharmacy. She gave him 2 pills to take, which he did obediently. Within 45 minutes, Grandpa became visibly drowsy, confused, and disoriented. Exactly the symptoms Patricia and Eric had been reporting to the family. I watched this transformation happen right before my eyes. This wasn't natural cognitive decline. Something in those pills was causing his symptoms. When Patricia left the room to use the bathroom, I quickly photographed the pill bottles she'd brought. The labels showed they were prescribed by Grandpa's doctor, but I was becoming suspicious that something wasn't right about this medication regimen. Later that evening, I called Grandpa. He sounded normal again, clear-headed and engaged. The drowsiness and confusion from the afternoon had passed. The pattern was becoming obvious. Grandpa was fine until Patricia or Eric gave him medication. Then he'd become confused and symptomatic. Then he'd recover after the medication wore off. I decided to investigate more deeply. I asked Grandpa if I could see all his prescription bottles and take photos to help organize his medication schedule. What I found was alarming. He had bottles for blood pressure medication, cholesterol management, and a few other standard prescriptions for someone his age. But when I researched the dosages online, they were significantly higher than the normal prescribed amounts for someone his size and condition. I asked Grandpa for permission to call his doctor's office directly. The nurse pulled up his records. His prescribed dosages were normal and appropriate. But the bottles Patricia picked up from the pharmacy showed much higher doses. Someone had been calling the pharmacy, claiming to be Dr. Morrison's office, and requesting increased dosages that the doctor never actually prescribed. The nurse also noted that Grandpa had missed his last 3 scheduled appointments. She said someone calling from his home phone had canceled them, reporting that he was too ill to come in. But Grandpa had no memory of being too ill or of anyone canceling appointments on his behalf. The doctor had been trying to follow up on these cancellations, but Patricia had been intercepting calls and emails, assuring the office that Grandpa was being monitored at home. I dug deeper and found that Patricia had been reporting symptoms to Grandpa's doctor through the patient portal that Grandpa wasn't actually experiencing. She'd describe confusion, disorientation, and memory problems that happened primarily after she'd given him his overdosed medications. The doctor, working with Patricia's false reports and unable to see Grandpa in person due to the canceled appointments, had made notes in his chart about suspected dementia and cognitive decline. I contacted the pharmacy directly, pretending to be calling from Dr. Morrison's office to verify prescription dosages. The pharmacist confirmed that someone had been calling regularly over the past 8 months, requesting dosage increases and claiming the doctor had authorized them. They'd followed protocol by checking back with what they thought was the doctor's office, but the number was actually Patricia's cell phone, with a professional voicemail greeting she'd created to sound like a medical office. Patricia had been systematically overdosing Grandpa on his legitimate medications to create symptoms of cognitive decline and disorientation. The side effects of these excessive doses, confusion, drowsiness, memory issues, disorientation, were being reported to the doctor as signs of dementia. Eric had been complicit, backing up Patricia's accounts and helping prevent Grandpa from attending appointments where a doctor might notice the overmedication. I found emails between Patricia and Eric discussing their strategy. They wanted Grandpa declared incompetent so they could get power of attorney and eventually move him into memory care, which would free up his house. Patricia wrote about how the medication approach was working better than expected, and that the doctor was starting to document cognitive decline in his records, which would support their guardianship case. They'd been poisoning him, essentially, using his own prescribed medications in dangerous doses to create false symptoms that would justify taking control of his life. Grandpa wasn't experiencing natural cognitive decline. He was experiencing medication toxicity deliberately induced by his own children. The local hospital where Grandpa had been treated for years was hosting a major fundraising gala next month for their elder care and memory care programs. Patricia and Eric were scheduled to speak on a panel about the family caregiver experience, sharing their story of caring for a father with cognitive decline. They'd positioned themselves as devoted children, sacrificing to care for their declining parent, and the hospital had featured them in promotional materials for the event. Over 400 people would attend: doctors, nurses, hospital administrators, community members, and other families dealing with elder care issues. Patricia and Eric were going to present themselves as model caregivers while actually being his abusers. I worked with Grandpa and a medical advocate to compile evidence. We got his actual medical records from the doctor, showing the real prescribed dosages versus what Patricia had been picking up from the pharmacy. We documented the canceled appointments that Grandpa never authorized. We had the pharmacy records showing the suspicious dosage increase requests. We collected Patricia and Eric's emails discussing their strategy. Most importantly, we had Grandpa himself, demonstrably sharp and cognitively sound when not being over-medicated, examined by a new independent physician who confirmed he showed no signs of dementia or natural cognitive decline. The doctor concluded that his reported symptoms were consistent with medication toxicity from excessive dosages of his prescriptions. The night of the gala, I attended as Grandpa's guest. Patricia and Eric sat on their panel, confidently discussing the challenges of caring for a parent with memory issues. They described Grandpa's confusion, his inability to manage his own medication, his missed appointments due to being too disoriented. They painted themselves as loving children managing a difficult situation with grace. When the panel opened for questions, I raised my hand. The moderator called on me. I introduced myself as Grandpa Victor's granddaughter and asked if I could share some additional medical information that might be relevant to the discussion about elder care and medication management. I walked to the front with permission from the confused moderator and began displaying evidence on the venue's screens. I showed Grandpa's actual prescribed dosages versus the excessive amounts Patricia had been obtaining. I displayed the pattern of canceled appointments that coincided with Patricia's increased control over his care. I showed the pharmacy records proving someone had been fraudulently requesting dosage increases. I explained that my grandfather didn't have dementia or natural cognitive decline. He had been systematically over-medicated by the very caregivers being honored on this panel. His symptoms were iatrogenic, deliberately induced through medication tampering. I showed Patricia and Eric's emails discussing their strategy to create documented cognitive decline. The ballroom erupted in gasps. Medical professionals in the audience looked horrified. The hospital's legal counsel immediately stood up. Patricia tried to claim this was a misunderstanding, that she'd been following doctor's orders. I displayed the doctor's actual prescription records, showing she had not been following orders at all. Grandpa stood up from the audience looking healthy and alert and addressed the crowd. He explained that he'd been confused about why he felt so terrible after taking his medications, why he couldn't remember chunks of time after Patricia's visits. He said discovering he'd been deliberately poisoned by his own children was devastating, and he wanted the medical community to know that elder abuse could come from the caregivers who appeared most devoted. The panel was immediately ended. Hospital security spoke with Patricia and Eric privately. In the following days, the hospital removed them from all promotional materials and issued an apology for featuring them without proper vetting. The pharmacy was investigated for their procedures that had allowed the dosage fraud. Grandpa's doctor reported the medication tampering to Adult Protective Services and law enforcement. Patricia and Eric are facing potential criminal charges for elder abuse, medication tampering, and fraud. They've been ostracized from the family and banned from contact with Grandpa. The hospital gala that was supposed to showcase them as model caregivers became the moment their abuse was exposed to the entire medical community they'd been deceiving. Grandpa is thriving now under proper medication management with a new doctor who sees him regularly. His cognitive decline disappeared entirely once the over-medication stopped. He's back to his sharp, engaged self, proving he never had dementia at all. Some family members think I should have reported Patricia and Eric privately to authorities rather than exposing them at the gala, but that event was specifically showcasing them as caregiving role models. The audience deserved to know the truth about the care they'd been providing. Grandpa keeps copies of his medical records showing the before and after, the false reports of decline during Patricia's medication tampering, and the current clean bill of health. The gala that was supposed to honor Patricia and Eric's caregiving became the moment everyone learned they'd been poisoning their own father to fake symptoms that would justify taking control of his life. I learned my aunt has been lying about what my late grandfather told her before he died. I, 28, lost my grandfather Robert 2 years ago. He was 81 and passed away from complications related to his heart condition. Before he died, I spent a lot of time with him at the hospital and at home during his final months. My Aunt Patricia, 56, was also very involved in his care, though she lived an hour away and visited less frequently than those of us who lived nearby. Since Grandpa's death, Aunt Patricia has been making major decisions about my grandmother Dorothy, 79, claiming they're based on Grandpa's final wishes that he supposedly shared with her privately. It started small. A few months after Grandpa died, Patricia convinced Grandma to sell her beloved piano, saying Grandpa had told her he wanted it sold because it reminded him of his failures as a musician in his youth. This confused me because Grandpa loved that piano and often talked about how much joy it brought him to hear Grandma play. But Grandma was grieving and vulnerable, so she believed Patricia and let the piano go. She cried for days afterward. Then, Patricia convinced Grandma to stop volunteering at the animal shelter where she'd worked for 15 years. Patricia claimed Grandpa had said before he died that he worried the shelter work was too stressful for Grandma, and he wanted her to rest more. But I remembered Grandpa specifically telling me how proud he was of Grandma's dedication to the shelter, how it gave her purpose and joy. He'd never expressed concern about it being stressful. Over the past 2 years, Patricia has systematically changed nearly everything about Grandma's life, each time claiming it was based on Grandpa's deathbed wishes. Grandma stopped attending her book club because Grandpa allegedly said it was a waste of time. She gave away her garden tools because Grandpa supposedly wanted her to stop the physical labor of gardening. She even changed churches because Patricia claimed Grandpa had concerns about the old pastor. Each change broke something in Grandma. She'd cry and say she wished Grandpa had told her these things himself, but she felt obligated to honor his wishes now that he was gone. I watched her become a shell of herself, giving up everything she loved because she believed her deceased husband had wanted these changes. It felt wrong, but I had no proof that Patricia was lying. Last month, I was helping Grandma clean out some storage boxes when I found something that changed everything. It was a leather journal that Grandpa had kept during his final year. I'd never known he kept a journal. I asked Grandma if I could read it, and she said yes, that maybe it would help us both feel closer to him. The journal was detailed and honest. Grandpa wrote about his health decline, his fears about dying, his hopes for Grandma's future after he was gone. And in those pages, I found entry after entry that directly contradicted everything Patricia had claimed were his final wishes. He wrote about how much he loved hearing Grandma play the piano, how he hoped she'd continue playing after he was gone, because music brought her such happiness. He wrote about being proud of her shelter work, hoping she'd keep volunteering because those animals in that community needed her. He specifically mentioned her book club, saying he was glad she had that social outlet and intellectual stimulation. There were entries about each thing Patricia had later claimed Grandpa wanted changed. In every case, Grandpa's actual written wishes were the opposite of what Patricia had told Grandma. He wanted Grandma to keep her hobbies, maintain her social connections, continue living the full life she'd built. He wrote about worrying that family members might try to simplify Grandma's life after his death out of misguided concern, and he hoped she'd resist that and stay active and engaged. I found one entry from a week before he died that was particularly damning. Grandpa wrote about a conversation with Patricia where she'd suggested Grandma should slow down and take it easy after his death. He wrote that he'd told Patricia firmly that Grandma should keep doing everything she loved, that staying active and social would help her grieve and move forward. He'd specifically disagreed with Patricia's suggestions. I made copies of the relevant journal entries and showed them to Grandma. She was devastated. She'd given up 2 years of activities and belongings she loved, believing she was honoring her husband's wishes, when actually, she'd been manipulated into abandoning things Grandpa had wanted her to keep. The grief hit her twice, once for losing Grandpa, and again for losing 2 years of the life he'd wanted her to live. We started investigating Patricia's other claims. Grandma called the old pastor Patricia said Grandpa had concerns about. The pastor was shocked because Grandpa had actually spoken to him before dying, saying how much he appreciated the spiritual guidance and hoping the pastor would continue supporting Grandma. We contacted Grandma's book club and learned Grandpa had called the organizer to make sure they'd continue including Grandma after his death, that he knew she'd need that community. Every single final wish Patricia had attributed to Grandpa was fabricated. She'd used his death and Grandma's grief to manipulate her into giving up her entire life. The piano that reminded Grandpa of failure had actually been something he cherished. The shelter work he supposedly worried about was something he'd actively encouraged. Patricia had invented a version of Grandpa's wishes that matched what Patricia wanted for Grandma, not what Grandpa had actually wanted. Patricia was hosting a big family memorial event next weekend to mark the 2nd anniversary of Grandpa's death. She'd planned a celebration of life at a rented venue with over 60 family members invited. Patricia had positioned herself as the keeper of Grandpa's memory and was planning to give a speech about honoring his legacy and final wishes for the family. The irony was suffocating. I told Patricia I wanted to contribute to the memorial by reading some passages from Grandpa's journal that I'd discovered. She seemed pleased, probably assuming I'd found sentimental entries that would enhance her narrative. She gave me time during the program to share what I'd found. The memorial service began with Patricia's speech about Grandpa's life and his final wishes for all of us. She talked about how he wanted simplicity and peace for Grandma, how he'd shared his concerns about her overextending herself, how he'd wanted her to let go of stressful obligations. She painted herself as the devoted daughter, honoring her father's deathbed requests. Then I took the microphone with Grandpa's journal. I started by reading his entries about the piano, how much joy it brought him to hear Grandma play, how he hoped those melodies would continue in the house even after he was gone. I explained that Patricia had convinced Grandma to sell the piano, claiming Grandpa wanted it gone. The room got very quiet. I read his entries about Grandma's shelter work, his pride in her dedication, his hope that she'd continue for many years. I explained Patricia had convinced Grandma to quit, claiming Grandpa thought it was too stressful. I read his passages about the book club, the garden, the church, everything Patricia had systematically dismantled while claiming to honor his wishes. Then I read the entry where Grandpa specifically disagreed with Patricia's suggestion that Grandma should slow down, where he wrote that staying active and engaged was exactly what Grandma would need. I showed the journal to family members in the front rows so they could verify the handwriting was Grandpa's. The venue erupted. Family members who'd supported Patricia's changes, thinking they were honoring Grandpa's wishes, realized they'd been manipulated. Grandma started crying, 2 years of grief and manipulation crashing over her. Patricia tried to claim I was misinterpreting the journal, that Grandpa had said different things to her privately that superseded what he'd written. I read one final entry from Grandpa's last week where he wrote, "I told Patricia clearly today that Dorothy should keep living fully. I worry Patricia will try to wrap her in cotton wool after I'm gone, but that's the last thing Dorothy needs. She needs her music, her animals, her friends, her garden. I hope she'll remember what I really wanted, not what others claim I wanted." Several family members confronted Patricia directly, asking how she could use their father's death to manipulate their mother. Grandma's sister stood up and said she'd always felt something was wrong about the changes, but trusted Patricia was honoring Grandpa's wishes. Others admitted they'd had similar doubts, but stayed quiet. Patricia left the memorial early, unable to face the family. Over the following weeks, relatives helped Grandma reclaim her life. They found her a piano to replace the one that was sold. The shelter welcomed her back with open arms. Her book club reinstated her immediately. She rejoined the garden club and returned to her old church, where the pastor was thrilled to see her. The family has essentially cut Patricia out. Most relatives refused to speak to her, unable to forgive using Grandpa's death to manipulate and control Grandma. Patricia's own children have distanced themselves, horrified by what their mother did. Grandma is slowly rebuilding the life she loved, but she lost 2 years following false wishes from a man who'd actually wanted the opposite for her. She keeps Grandpa's journal on her nightstand now, reading his true hopes for her future whenever she doubts herself. The memorial that Patricia had planned to cement her role as keeper of Grandpa's legacy became the moment everyone learned she'd been betraying that legacy all along. Some family members think I shouldn't have exposed Patricia so publicly at a memorial event. But Patricia had been publicly claiming to honor Grandpa's wishes while privately destroying everything he'd actually wanted for Grandma. She'd used his death and a sacred family gathering to manipulate everyone. The memorial seemed like exactly the right place to reveal the truth about whose wishes were really being honored. Grandma has her piano again. Different, but played with the same joy Grandpa loved. She volunteers at the shelter, surrounded by animals Grandpa knew brought her purpose. She attends her book club, where Grandpa had called to ensure her place. She's living the life Grandpa actually wanted for her, finally free from Patricia's fabricated version of his final wishes. I found videos of my grandfather that my family edited to make him appear senile. I, 25, recently moved back home to help care for my grandfather Thomas, 73. He's been living independently since my grandmother passed away 3 years ago, and while he's slowed down a bit, his mind is sharp and he manages his life well. However, my Aunt Karen and Uncle David have been increasingly vocal about their concerns regarding his ability to live alone. They've been pushing for him to move into assisted living, or for one of them to take over managing his affairs. Last week I was helping Grandpa Tom set up a new tablet when I noticed his video camera was missing from its usual spot. He mentioned my aunt had borrowed it months ago to digitize some old family videos and never returned it. I didn't think much of it until I went to Karen's house a few days later to pick up some documents for Grandpa. While I was waiting in her home office, I saw his camera sitting on her desk, connected to her computer. The computer screen was displaying video editing software with footage of Grandpa Tom. I recognized the scene. It was from a family dinner at my cousin's house about 2 months ago. In the editing timeline, I could see multiple clips from the same evening had been cut and rearranged. Curious and increasingly suspicious, I waited until Karen stepped away and looked more closely at what she was working on. She'd taken a normal conversation and edited it to make Grandpa appear confused and disoriented. In the actual dinner, Grandpa had been telling a long story about his Navy service, pausing occasionally to remember specific details or names. In Karen's edited version, she'd cut out all the context and kept only the pauses and moments where he said things like, "Wait, what was his name again?" Or, "Hold on, let me think." Strung together without context, it looked like he couldn't follow a simple conversation. I quickly used my phone to record what was on her screen, including the editing timeline showing the original footage versus her cuts. Then I started looking through the folders on her computer. I found dozens of video files labeled with dates going back 8 months. All of them were footage of Grandpa Tom that had been secretly recorded and then edited to make him appear incompetent. I spent the next few days investigating when Karen returned Grandpa's camera temporarily to make it less obvious. I found the original unedited footage still on the camera's memory card. I also discovered small cameras hidden around Grandpa's house, in his kitchen, living room, and den. My aunt and uncle had been secretly recording him for months, capturing normal, everyday moments, then editing the footage to create a false narrative of cognitive decline. The edited videos were damning when viewed without context. One showed Grandpa seemingly unable to work his coffee maker, filmed from the hidden kitchen camera. But the original footage showed he was actually troubleshooting a mechanical problem with the machine. It was broken, not him. Another edited clip showed him lost in his own house, wandering from room to room. The full video showed he was simply looking for his reading glasses, which he eventually found. They'd edited out a phone conversation to make it seem like he forgot who he was talking to. The original showed he was actually on hold with his doctor's office and was annoyed by the wait time. They'd captured him talking to himself and made it seem like confusion, when really, he was reading a recipe aloud while cooking. Every evidence clip was a manipulation of normal behavior made to look like symptoms of dementia. I found emails between Karen, David, and their attorney discussing guardianship proceedings. They were building a case to have Grandpa declared legally incompetent so they could control his property, his medical decisions, and his living situation. The edited videos were going to be their primary evidence. They'd even practiced testimony about concerning behaviors they'd witnessed, behaviors I now knew were either misrepresented or completely fabricated. I discovered they'd also been talking to Grandpa's neighbors, showing them the edited clips and asking if they'd noticed similar confusion. They were creating false testimony from community members who had no reason to doubt the videos. Several neighbors had filed concerned reports with Adult Protective Services based on what Karen and David showed them, not knowing the footage was manipulated. The original, unedited footage showed a man living independently and competently. He cooked his own meals, maintained his home, managed his finances, socialized with friends, and pursued his hobbies. The only proof of incompetence came from Karen and David's careful editing and manipulation. They were manufacturing a medical condition to justify taking control of his life. I showed Grandpa everything I'd found. He was devastated and angry. He'd noticed his camera had been borrowed frequently, but trusted his daughter and son. He had no idea they were secretly recording him in his own home, or that they were planning legal action to strip away his independence. The betrayal hurt him deeply. These were his own children, plotting to take away his autonomy based on lies. We consulted with an elder law attorney who confirmed this was a serious case of potential fraud and elder abuse. We gathered all the evidence: the original footage, the edited versions, the hidden cameras, the emails about guardianship, everything. Then we learned that Karen and David were planning a family meeting next week to discuss Grandpa's declining condition and present their evidence to convince the family that assisted living or guardianship was necessary. The family meeting was scheduled for Saturday afternoon at Karen's house. About 25 family members were invited: aunts, uncles, cousins, everyone. Karen and David had framed it as an intervention out of love and concern for Grandpa's safety. They'd sent a preliminary email explaining they had documented evidence of his cognitive decline and needed family support for the difficult decisions ahead. I told them Grandpa and I would attend, and that I had some things to share as well. They seemed pleased, probably thinking I'd witnessed the same concerning behaviors they'd fabricated. The family gathered in Karen's living room, everyone somber and worried about Grandpa Tom based on the concerning email they'd received. Karen started the meeting by talking about how much they all loved Grandpa and wanted what was best for him. She said that over the past 8 months, she and David had noticed troubling changes in his behavior. She said they documented these changes carefully because they knew it would be hard for the family to accept. Then she started playing the edited videos on her TV. The family watched in concerned silence as the clips showed Grandpa seemingly confused, disoriented, unable to complete simple tasks, and appearing to have memory problems. Karen provided commentary on each clip, explaining what they were supposedly witnessing. Several family members were crying. David talked about guardianship as a loving way to keep Grandpa safe. Then I stood up and asked if I could share something. I pulled out my laptop and explained that I'd found the original, unedited footage of everything they'd just shown. I played the full videos side by side with Karen's edited versions. The coffee maker scene played in full, showing Grandpa competently fixing a mechanical issue, not struggling with confusion. The wandering scene played completely, showing a simple search for misplaced glasses. Every manipulated clip was exposed. I showed the hidden cameras I'd found in Grandpa's house. I displayed the emails between Karen and David discussing their guardianship plans and how to build their case. I showed their correspondence with the attorney and their practiced testimony. I revealed that they'd been secretly recording their father for 8 months, manufacturing evidence of incompetence, and planning to strip away his legal autonomy based entirely on fabricated proof. The room erupted. Family members were outraged. Several people immediately went to comfort Grandpa, apologizing for believing he was declining. Others confronted Karen and David, demanding explanations. Karen tried to claim she was acting out of genuine concern, that even if the videos were edited, her concerns were real. But the emails were clear. This was about control, not care. Grandpa spoke up, his voice steady and strong. He said he'd trusted his children with access to his home and his life, and they'd used that trust to record him secretly, manipulate footage to make him appear incompetent, and plan to take away his independence. He said they'd turned his normal daily activities into false evidence of dementia. He announced he was revoking their access to his home and his affairs. Several family members left immediately, refusing to be in the same room as Karen and David. Others stayed to tell them exactly how disgusted they were by their actions. Grandpa's brother, a retired attorney, said what they'd done likely constituted fraud and elder abuse and could result in criminal charges beyond just family consequences. Over the following weeks, the family fractured. Most relatives cut contact with Karen and David entirely, appalled by their manipulation. Adult Protective Services was notified about the false reports based on manipulated evidence. The neighbors who'd been shown edited footage and filed concerned reports were horrified to learn they'd been used as unwitting participants in a guardianship scheme. Grandpa had all the locks changed on his house and installed a proper security system. He revoked the power of attorney documents that had named Karen and David as backups. He's now named me and my cousin Sarah as his healthcare proxies and has clear legal protections against future guardianship attempts based on manufactured evidence. Karen and David have been essentially exiled from the family. They lost relationships with their siblings, cousins, and extended family who refused to associate with people who would manipulate evidence to take control of an elderly parent. Some family members reported them to the state bar, since David was using his legal knowledge to plan the guardianship fraud. Grandpa is doing well, still living independently, and now with a support system of family members who actually care about his well-being rather than controlling it. But the betrayal from his own children has left scars. He's more guarded now, less trusting, aware that even family members might exploit vulnerability for their own purposes. Some relatives think I should have confronted Karen and David privately instead of exposing them at the family meeting. But that meeting was specifically called to present false evidence and convince the family that Grandpa needed guardianship. It was the perfect moment to reveal the truth about what that evidence really was and how it had been manufactured. The meeting they'd planned to take away his independence became the moment everyone learned how far they'd gone to fabricate reasons for doing so. Grandpa keeps copies of the original footage now, evidence that his mind is sound and his daily life is competent. The videos that were supposed to strip away his autonomy instead became proof of his capability and his children's betrayal. The family meeting that was supposed to be the first step toward guardianship became the moment their scheme was exposed, and their relationships with the family were destroyed. I found out my family has been rewriting my grandfather's memoir without his knowledge. I, 29, have been helping my grandfather William, 81, with his memoir project for the past year. He's been working on this book for 3 years, documenting his fascinating life, growing up during World War II, his career as a civil engineer, his involvement in the civil rights movement, his travels, and most importantly, his honest reflections on our family history. Grandpa William has always been a truthful person, sometimes brutally so, and his memoir reflects that candor. I help him with the technical side, formatting, backing up files, occasionally transcribing when he prefers to dictate rather than type. Last week, I was backing up his manuscript to a cloud drive when I noticed something odd. There were multiple versions of the same chapters with different modification dates, but Grandpa only worked on his memoir on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, his designated writing time. These other versions had been modified on days and times when I knew he wasn't working on it. I opened several of these mysteriously modified files and compared them to the versions I'd backed up. Entire paragraphs had been deleted. Others had been rewritten. Some sections had completely new content that didn't match Grandpa's writing style at all. The changes weren't minor edits. They were substantial alterations that changed the meaning and tone of his stories. One chapter about his sister, my great-aunt Patricia, had been completely rewritten. In Grandpa's original version, he honestly described how Patricia had been cruel to him as children, how she'd stolen from their parents, and how she'd abandoned the family for years during difficult times. The modified version painted her as a supportive, loving sister who'd faced misunderstandings. It was a complete fabrication. Another chapter discussed Grandpa's relationship with his son, my Uncle Robert. The original was honest about Robert's struggles with alcoholism in his 30s, how it had affected the family, and how they'd worked through it together. The modified version had deleted all mention of the alcoholism, and instead portrayed Robert as a flawless son who'd always been responsible and successful. These weren't Grandpa's words at all. I found a chapter about family finances that had been completely removed from recent versions. In it, Grandpa discussed how my Aunt Margaret had borrowed substantial money from him in the 1990s and never repaid it, causing strain in their relationship. That entire section was just gone, deleted entirely along with Grandpa's reflections on trust and family obligations. I started investigating more carefully, checking the file metadata and access logs. Someone had been accessing Grandpa's computer remotely when he wasn't home and modifying his memoir manuscript. The IP addresses traced back to 3 different locations: my Uncle Robert's home office, my Aunt Margaret's house, and my great-aunt Patricia's computer at her retirement community. They'd all been given remote access to Grandpa's computer months ago under the pretense of helping him with technical issues and keeping his system updated. Instead, they'd been using that access to secretly read his memoir in progress and rewrite the parts they didn't like. They were editing their own histories, removing their mistakes and failures, adding accomplishments they never had, and fundamentally changing the truthful story Grandpa was trying to tell. I found a group email chain between Robert, Margaret, and Patricia, forwarded by mistake to a family address I monitored, where they discussed managing Dad's project. They'd divided up chapters by which family member was primarily featured and assigned themselves to correct the record on their respective sections. They talked about how Grandpa's version of events was skewed by his perspective, and they were helping him remember things more accurately. But these weren't corrections. They were lies. I had Grandpa's original first drafts saved in my own backups, and I'd heard him tell these stories countless times over the years. His original versions matched what he'd always said. The modified versions were revisionist history, designed to make Robert, Margaret, and Patricia look better than they actually were. They'd deleted sections about Patricia's troubled marriages and estrangement from the family. They'd rewritten Robert's business failures as successes. They'd removed mentions of Margaret's difficult personality that had driven away several family members. They'd altered stories about parenting choices, financial decisions, family conflicts. Anything that painted them in a less than flattering light had been either deleted or rewritten to make them the heroes of their own stories. I showed Grandpa what I'd discovered. He was furious and heartbroken. He'd been pouring his heart into this memoir, trying to tell his truth, share his experiences, leave an honest legacy. And his own children and sister had been secretly undermining that, rewriting his life story to suit their preferred narratives. He'd been wondering why some chapters felt off when he reread them, not realizing they'd been altered while he wasn't looking. We went through every modified section together. Grandpa was adamant about restoring his original versions. This was his memoir, his life, his truth to tell. He decided he wanted to remove their remote access immediately and change all his passwords, but I suggested we wait. I had a better idea. Grandpa was supposed to have a small family reading next month, where he'd planned to share selected chapters with close family members before seeking publication. Robert, Margaret, and Patricia had been instrumental in organizing this reading, probably because they wanted to ensure their corrected versions were what everyone heard. It was supposed to be an intimate gathering of about 30 family members at my uncle's house to celebrate Grandpa's literary accomplishment. I worked with Grandpa to prepare 2 versions of the manuscript, his authentic original version with all his honest memories intact, and the falsified version that Robert, Margaret, and Patricia had created through their secret edits. We prepared a detailed side-by-side comparison showing exactly what had been changed, deleted, and fabricated in the altered version. The night of the family reading arrived. Robert, Margaret, and Patricia were there looking pleased with themselves, probably confident that the manuscript Grandpa would read from would include all their corrections. About 30 relatives gathered in Robert's living room, excited to hear Grandpa's stories. Grandpa started by thanking everyone for coming and explaining how meaningful this memoir project had been to him. He talked about the importance of truthfulness in documenting one's life, about leaving an honest legacy for future generations. Then he said he'd discovered something troubling that he needed to share with the family before proceeding with the reading. He explained that several family members had been secretly accessing his computer and rewriting his memoir without his knowledge or permission. He displayed the side-by-side comparisons on Robert's large TV screen, showing his original text next to the modified versions. Chapter by chapter, he revealed what had been changed, deleted, and fabricated. Patricia's entire character had been rewritten from troubled and complicated to saintly. Robert's alcoholism and the family's struggle with it had been erased. Margaret's financial irresponsibility had been deleted. Conflicts, difficult truths, human flaws, all carefully edited out by people who didn't want their real histories preserved. Grandpa named Robert, Margaret, and Patricia as the ones who'd been making these changes. He showed the access logs, the IP addresses, the email chain where they'd discussed managing his project. He explained that they'd abused his trust in giving them technical access to his computer, using it instead to commit what he called memoir vandalism, stealing his voice and replacing it with lies. The room erupted. Other family members were shocked that anyone would do this. Some of the younger cousins who'd been looking forward to reading an honest family history were disappointed to learn they'd almost gotten a sanitized, falsified version instead. Grandpa's brother stood up and said what Robert, Margaret, and Patricia had done was a betrayal of trust and an attempt to steal their father's legacy. Robert tried to defend himself, saying he was protecting Grandpa from publishing things that would embarrass the family. Margaret claimed they were just fact-checking and helping with accuracy. Patricia said Grandpa's memory wasn't perfect and they were filling in gaps. But the evidence was clear. They'd systematically deleted true stories and fabricated false ones to serve their own interests. Several family members left immediately, disgusted by what had been done. Others stayed to comfort Grandpa and assure him they wanted to read his authentic version, flaws and uncomfortable truths included. Some relatives admitted they'd suspected something was off when Robert, Margaret, and Patricia were so insistent on helping with the memoir, but became defensive when others offered assistance. Over the following weeks, Grandpa finished his memoir using only his original, authentic versions. He added a preface explaining what had happened, how his own children and sister had tried to rewrite his life story, and why he'd fought to preserve his truth. He self-published the book with the help of relatives who hadn't betrayed him. The family has fractured significantly. Most relatives have distanced themselves from Robert, Margaret, and Patricia, seeing their actions as a profound violation. Grandpa's memoir became a minor local success, with people appreciating his honesty and the controversial story about family members trying to control his narrative. Robert, Margaret, and Patricia maintain they were trying to help, that Grandpa was being unnecessarily harsh about events from decades ago. But they'd spent months systematically lying through their edits, stealing his work, and attempting to control how history remembered both him and them. Some family members think I caused unnecessary drama by helping expose this at the reading. But that reading was specifically organized to present Grandpa's work to the family. It seemed like the perfect moment to reveal what had been done to that work. Grandpa now keeps his writing on a completely separate computer, with no internet connection and no remote access for anyone. He's working on a second volume that will include the story of his memoir being sabotaged by his own children. The family gathering that was supposed to celebrate his literary achievement became the moment everyone learned how far some family members would go to rewrite not just their own histories, but his life story as well. The authentic version of his memoir stands as his legacy now, imperfect, honest, human. The falsified version that Robert, Margaret, and Patricia created exists as a reminder of how some people would rather lie about the past than accept the truth of what actually happened. Future generations of our family will read both versions and decide for themselves who was telling the truth. I found out my family has been volunteering my grandfather for commitments he never agreed to. I, 26, have always been proud of my grandfather Charles, 70, who's been an active community member for decades. He's a retired high school principal with a strong reputation for reliability and helpfulness. He volunteers at the library, tutors students, serves on a few community boards, and is generally known as someone who shows up when he commits to something. His word has always meant something in our town. About 2 months ago, Grandpa Charles called me sounding distressed. He said the director of a community theater had called him upset because he'd failed to show up for a promised workshop on public speaking that he was supposed to lead for their youth program. The director was disappointed and had told several parents who'd specifically signed their kids up because Mr. Charles was teaching. Grandpa insisted he'd never agreed to do any workshop and had no idea what they were talking about. I assumed there was a miscommunication, but then it happened again. The food bank called him confused about why he hadn't shown up for his scheduled volunteer shift coordinating deliveries. A woman from a grief support group left a voicemail thanking him for agreeing to speak about loss, but wondering why he hadn't arrived. The director of a youth mentoring program sent an email expressing concern that he'd missed the first 3 weeks of the commitment he'd supposedly made to mentor a teenager. Each time, Grandpa had no memory of agreeing to these commitments. He started keeping a detailed calendar and checking it obsessively, worried he was developing memory problems. He was embarrassed and confused, apologizing profusely to organizations while insisting he didn't remember making these commitments. His reputation in the community was starting to suffer. People who'd known him for years as utterly reliable were beginning to whisper that maybe he was declining mentally, forgetting commitments, becoming unreliable. Last week, I was visiting when the recreation center called asking why he'd missed the first session of the senior fitness class he'd volunteered to teach. Grandpa handed me the phone, looking defeated, and I spoke with the coordinator. I asked her specifically how Grandpa had made this commitment. She said his daughter, my Aunt Sharon, had contacted her months ago saying her father wanted to give back to the community by teaching fitness and would be perfect for their new program. I started investigating systematically. I contacted every organization that had reported Grandpa missing commitments. Every single one had been contacted by my Aunt Sharon, 45, or my Uncle Kevin, 42, claiming Grandpa had asked them to arrange volunteer opportunities for him. They'd spoken to directors, coordinators, program managers, all on Grandpa's behalf, without him actually knowing. They'd been creating commitments in his name for at least 8 months. The scope was staggering. Sharon and Kevin had volunteered Grandpa for teaching workshops, mentoring programs, coaching roles, speaking engagements, tutoring sessions, committee positions, and various volunteer shifts. They describe his qualifications accurately: his experience as a principal, his community involvement, his reliability, which made organizations eager to have him involved. Then, they'd commit him to specific dates and times without ever telling him. I found emails Sharon had sent to a nonprofit organization offering Grandpa's services to teach resume workshops to unemployed adults every Tuesday evening for 3 months. Grandpa never showed up because he had no idea he was supposed to. The organization director, who'd promoted the workshops and had people sign up specifically because of Grandpa's reputation, was confused and frustrated when he never appeared. Kevin had committed Grandpa to serving on a community planning committee that met every Thursday morning. When Grandpa didn't show up for the first meeting, the committee chair called him. Grandpa apologized and said he'd never agreed to join. The chair thought Grandpa was backing out after committing, damaging his reputation with civic leaders who'd specifically recruited him based on Kevin's assurances. I discovered Sharon and Kevin's motivation through text messages they'd accidentally included me on in a family group chat. They were frustrated that Grandpa was wasting his retirement, just sitting around, when he could be useful to the community. They'd decided to help him stay active and relevant by arranging volunteer commitments for him, believing they knew better than he did how he should spend his time. But they'd never told Grandpa about any of these commitments. They'd volunteered him without his knowledge or consent. Then, when he inevitably failed to show up for things he didn't know about, his decades-long reputation for reliability crumbled. Organizations that had respected him now saw him as flaky and unreliable. Community members whispered that he was losing his mental sharpness. The damage was extensive. The theater director had told other cultural organizations that Grandpa wasn't dependable anymore. The mentoring program had shared concerns with the school district about his reliability. The food bank coordinator had mentioned to other nonprofit leaders that he'd committed, then disappeared. Sharon and Kevin's unauthorized volunteering had systematically destroyed Grandpa's good name throughout the community he'd served for decades. The town was hosting Community Appreciation Night next month, a major event honoring local volunteers and civic leaders. Over 400 people would attend, including city council members, organization directors, nonprofit leaders, and community volunteers. Grandpa Charles had been nominated for a Lifetime Achievement Award, recognizing his decades of community service, nominated before Sharon and Kevin started their campaign of fake commitments. I learned that Sharon and Kevin would be presenting the award to Grandpa as his proud children, highlighting his community contributions. They'd volunteered themselves for this role and been accepted by the organizers. They were planning to give speeches about Grandpa's dedication to service, while being the very people who'd sabotaged his reputation through their unauthorized commitments. I contacted the event organizers and explained what had been happening. I showed them evidence that every missed commitment over the past 8 months had been created by Sharon and Kevin without Grandpa's knowledge. I provided emails where Sharon volunteered Grandpa for things, text messages where Kevin committed him to programs, and testimony from Grandpa and organizations confirming he'd never actually agreed to any of it. The organizers were shocked and immediately offered Grandpa time during the program to address the situation. They also informed Sharon and Kevin they would not be presenting the award given what had been revealed. The night of the event, the room was filled with the very people whose organizations had been affected by the fake commitments. Theater directors, nonprofit coordinators, mentoring program leaders, committee chairs, all people who'd been disappointed when Grandpa didn't fulfill commitments he never actually made. Grandpa took the stage after receiving his Lifetime Achievement Award. He thanked everyone for the honor and acknowledged it came at a difficult time when his reputation had been suffering. Then he explained what had been happening. His own children had been volunteering him for commitments without his knowledge, using his name and reputation to create obligations he never agreed to. He displayed a timeline on screens throughout the venue. Every missed commitment over 8 months, matched with emails or messages from Sharon and Kevin to organizations offering Grandpa's services. He showed his personal calendar, proving he'd never recorded these commitments because he'd never made them. He presented statements from organizations confirming they'd been contacted by his children, not by him. Sharon and Kevin tried to defend themselves from the audience, claiming they were trying to help him stay active and engaged. Grandpa responded that there's no help in destroying someone's reputation by making commitments in their name without their consent or knowledge. Several organization directors stood up and confirmed they'd been specifically contacted by Sharon and Kevin, never by Grandpa directly, and had relied on assurances that he'd been consulted and agreed. The room full of community leaders understood immediately. They'd witnessed Grandpa's reputation decline over the past months. Some had contributed to whispers about his reliability, all based on commitments he'd never actually made. The theater director publicly apologized for questioning his competence. The mentoring program coordinator said she felt terrible for suggesting to the school district that he was becoming unreliable. Over the following weeks, Grandpa's reputation began to recover as word spread about what Sharon and Kevin had done. Organizations that had been disappointed now understood the missed commitments weren't his fault. Community members who'd whispered about his decline realized he'd been sabotaged by his own children. Sharon and Kevin faced social consequences throughout the community. They were removed from volunteer positions they held at various organizations for violating trust. The civic groups where Kevin had been involved asked him to step back. Sharon lost a board position at a nonprofit after this became known. Most of the family sided with Grandpa, horrified that Sharon and Kevin had systematically destroyed his reputation under the guise of helping him. Some relatives think Grandpa should have handled it privately, but the Community Appreciation Night, where Sharon and Kevin planned to celebrate his service while being the ones who'd sabotaged it, seemed like exactly the right moment to reveal the truth. Grandpa is rebuilding his community involvement, but now only with commitments he actually makes himself. Organizations know to confirm directly with him before scheduling anything. His reputation is recovering, though the damage from 8 months of manufactured failures will take time to fully repair. Sharon and Kevin maintain they had good intentions, wanting to keep their father active and useful. But good intentions don't justify destroying someone's decades-long reputation by making commitments in their name without consent. The award ceremony that was supposed to honor Grandpa's community service became the moment everyone learned how his own children had been weaponizing his good name to volunteer him for obligations he never agreed to, damaging the very reputation they claimed to be proud of. I found out my family has been intercepting my grandfather's art submissions and rejecting them for him. I, 28, have always been inspired by my grandfather Thomas's artwork. He's 76 and has been a watercolor artist for over 50 years, primarily painting landscapes and nature scenes. While he never pursued art as a full-time career, he's always been active in the regional art community, entering competitions, submitting to galleries, participating in exhibitions. His work has won numerous awards over the decades, and he's been a respected member of several art organizations. About a year ago, I noticed Grandpa Thomas seemed depressed and withdrawn. When I asked what was wrong, he said he must be losing his artistic abilities. He'd been submitting work to competitions, galleries, and exhibitions like he always had, but for the past 10 months, every single submission had been rejected. Not even an honorable mention or shortlist, just outright rejections. After 40 years of regular acceptances and awards, suddenly nothing was good enough. He showed me his rejection letters and emails. "Thank you for your submission, but it does not meet our current needs. We regret to inform you that your work was not selected. After careful consideration, we've decided not to move forward." Standard rejection language, but the volume was unprecedented. Grandpa had submitted to 15 competitions and galleries in 10 months, places that had previously accepted or awarded his work, and been rejected by every single one. I looked at the work he'd been submitting. It was beautiful, technically skilled, and absolutely on par with pieces that had won him awards in previous years. His abilities hadn't declined at all, but the constant rejections were convincing him otherwise. He'd started talking about giving up art entirely, saying maybe his style was outdated, maybe his skills had deteriorated without him noticing. Maybe it was time to accept he was too old to compete in the contemporary art world. Last week, I was visiting when an email arrived from a regional art competition. Grandpa tensed when he saw the sender, expecting another rejection. But the email was strange. It thanked him for his interest in withdrawing his submission and confirmed the withdrawal had been processed. Grandpa looked confused. He hadn't withdrawn anything. He'd submitted a landscape piece 2 months ago and had been waiting to hear results. I asked to see his email account with his permission. What I discovered was shocking. There were dozens of emails he'd never seen, confirmations of submissions being successfully received, requests for additional information, even notifications that some of his pieces had been shortlisted or accepted. All of these emails had been moved to a hidden folder he didn't know existed, marked as read so he'd never notice them. Someone with access to his email had been intercepting communications from art organizations. When galleries or competitions confirmed receiving his submissions, those emails were hidden. When they requested additional materials or information, a common step before final selection, the requests were hidden and left unanswered, causing his submissions to be disqualified. When he was accepted or shortlisted, those notifications were hidden, and someone else was sending withdrawal emails on his behalf. I checked his sent folder more carefully. Buried among legitimate emails were messages he'd never written. Professional-sounding emails to competition organizers withdrawing his submissions, to galleries declining their interest in showing his work, to art organizations resigning his memberships. All sent from his account, but written by someone else. The rejection letters he'd been receiving were real, but they were the result of manufactured withdrawals. Your work was not selected because someone had withdrawn it before judging. We decided not to move forward because someone had declined on his behalf when a gallery expressed interest. The rejections weren't based on the quality of his art, but on someone actively sabotaging his submissions. I found the email filters that had been set up to redirect and hide messages from art organizations. The rules were sophisticated. Certain keywords like congratulations, shortlist, acceptance, exhibition triggered automatic hiding. Someone had spent time ensuring Grandpa would only see the rejection messages while missing everything positive. I traced the IP addresses of the withdrawal emails and filter creation. They came from 2 locations: my Aunt Margaret's home office and my cousin Daniel's apartment. Both had been given access to help Grandpa with technical support for his email and online submissions after he'd mentioned finding the digital submission systems confusing. I discovered their motivation through a family group chat I'd been excluded from. Margaret and Daniel had been coordinating this sabotage for almost a year. Margaret wrote, "Dad needs to accept he's past his prime and stop embarrassing himself at competitions. We're doing him a favor by helping him exit gracefully." Daniel responded, "The art community is being polite with rejections, but eventually someone will publicly criticize his outdated style. Better he thinks he's being rejected now than humiliated later." They'd decided, without Grandpa's knowledge or consent, that his art career should end. They believed they were protecting him from future disappointment or criticism by ensuring he faced constant rejection now. They'd taken control of his submissions, hidden his acceptances, withdrawn his work, and manufactured a narrative of decline to convince him to quit voluntarily. The State Watercolor Society was hosting their annual exhibition and awards ceremony next month, the most prestigious event in the regional watercolor community. Over 600 artists and art enthusiasts would attend, including gallery owners, collectors, and media. Grandpa Thomas had been a member for 30 years and had won awards at this exhibition multiple times over the decades. This year, he hadn't submitted anything. Margaret had convinced him there was no point. After 10 months of rejections, why face another one at such a public venue? She'd told him his style wasn't contemporary enough for current tastes and that he should preserve his dignity by not submitting work that would be rejected. I contacted the exhibition organizers directly and explained what had been happening. I showed them evidence of the intercepted emails, the hidden acceptances, the fraudulent withdrawals. They were horrified and pulled up their records. Grandpa had been accepted to their exhibition twice in the past year. But both times, someone had sent withdrawal emails from his account, claiming he was unable to participate. They invited Grandpa to submit work for the current exhibition with expedited review and offered him time during the awards ceremony to address the sabotage publicly. I helped Grandpa prepare his submission and compile evidence of what Margaret and Daniel had been doing. The night of the ceremony, the gallery was filled with the regional art community. Margaret and Daniel attended, as they had for years, supporting the arts as respected patrons and family members of former artist Thomas Henderson, as Margaret had been describing him to people. During the program, after several awards were presented, Grandpa was called to the stage. The organizers announced he'd been selected for a special recognition, not for a current piece, but for his sustained contribution to the watercolor community over 3 decades. Then, they invited him to share something important about barriers artists face. Grandpa explained that for the past year, he'd believed his artistic abilities had declined dramatically. He'd faced rejection after rejection from competitions and galleries that had previously accepted his work. The constant failure had convinced him to consider giving up art entirely. Then he revealed the truth. He hadn't actually been rejected. His work had been accepted, shortlisted, and awarded. But his own family members had been intercepting those notifications and withdrawing his submissions without his knowledge. He displayed emails on screens throughout the gallery, acceptance notifications that had been hidden from him, his work being shortlisted for awards, galleries requesting to show his pieces, all hidden by automated filters, while someone else sent withdrawal emails pretending to be him. The exhibition organizers confirmed that Grandpa had been accepted twice in the past year, but mysterious withdrawals prevented his participation. Margaret tried to defend herself, claiming she was protecting him from potential criticism. Grandpa responded that no one had the right to decide when his art career should end except him. Daniel claimed they were saving him from embarrassment, but multiple gallery owners in the audience stood up saying they'd been disappointed by the withdrawals. They genuinely wanted to show his work. The art community was outraged. These were people who valued artistic expression and respected artists' rights to create and submit their work. The idea that family members had been systematically sabotaging an established artist's submissions was unconscionable. Several attendees who'd served on juries with Grandpa's work confirmed his pieces were technically sound and artistically valid. Over the following weeks, Grandpa's reputation in the art community was restored. The organizations that had sent rejections after withdrawals reached out explaining the situation and inviting resubmission. Galleries that had expressed interest but received decline emails contacted him directly. He discovered he'd been shortlisted for awards he never knew about. Margaret and Daniel faced consequences in the art world where they'd positioned themselves as patrons and supporters. The irony of them attending exhibitions and claiming to support artists while actively destroying an artist's career was not lost on the community. They were asked to step back from volunteer positions with art organizations. Most of the family cut ties with Margaret and Daniel, appalled that they'd systematically sabotaged Grandpa's artistic career while claiming to act in his best interest. Some relatives think Grandpa should have confronted them privately, but the Watercolor Society exhibition where Margaret had convinced him not to submit seemed like exactly the right venue to reveal how his submissions had been sabotaged for a year. Grandpa is submitting work again, but now with a separate email account that only he controls. His first post-sabotage submission won an award at a regional competition. The work he'd believed wasn't good enough anymore was actually just being withdrawn before anyone could judge it. The art career Margaret and Daniel tried to end is continuing, and the decade of acceptances and awards they interrupted is resuming. The exhibition where Grandpa was supposed to be too embarrassed to submit became the moment everyone learned his year of rejections was manufactured by family members who decided his art career should end without his consent. The narrative of decline they created was exposed as fraud, and the artist they tried to force into retirement is creating again, validated by the community that never actually rejected him at all. I found out my mother has been intercepting and responding to my grandmother's mail. I, 27, live across the country from my grandmother Helen, 74, who still lives in the small town where I grew up. We've always maintained a close relationship through letters. Grandma loves handwritten correspondence, and we've been pen pals since I moved away for college 9 years ago. She writes beautifully, and our weekly letters have been something I treasure. But about 6 months ago, her letters started arriving less frequently, and when they did come, they felt different. The tone changed. Grandma's usually warm and chatty letters became short, almost cold. She stopped asking about my life and career the way she used to. She'd make brief comments that seemed dismissive or disinterested. When I'd share news about my promotion at work, she'd respond with something like, "That's nice, dear," with no elaboration. When I told her I'd gotten engaged, her response was a 2-sentence congratulations that felt perfunctory. This wasn't like her at all. I tried calling to talk about it, but Grandma seemed confused about what I meant. She said she was happy for me about my engagement and didn't understand why I thought otherwise. When I mentioned her brief response in her letter, she insisted she'd written me a long letter with lots of questions and excitement. We had completely different memories of what her letters said. I started to wonder if she was having memory issues. Last week, I flew home for a surprise visit. When I knocked on Grandma's door, she was thrilled to see me and immediately asked why I hadn't responded to her last 3 letters. She seemed hurt that I'd been ignoring her. I told her I had responded to every letter, but I hadn't received 3 letters from her. She went to her desk and showed me carbon copies she kept of every letter she sent me. I'd never seen any of them. I pulled out my phone and showed her photos of the letters I'd received over the past 6 months. Grandma went pale. She said she hadn't written any of those letters. The handwriting was similar, but not quite right. The tone was nothing like how she wrote. Someone had been intercepting our correspondence in both directions and replacing it with fake letters. My grandmother had been writing warm, loving letters asking about my life, while I received cold, dismissive ones. She'd been receiving similarly cold responses to letters she never saw me send. I showed Grandma the envelopes the fake letters came in. They had her return address, but the postmark was from my parents' town, not hers. She lived 2 hours away from my parents. Someone was mailing these letters from near where my parents lived. I started to suspect my mother, who'd always had a complicated relationship with Grandma and lived in the town where the letters were postmarked. I drove to my parents' house and let myself in with my key while they were both at work. I went straight to my mother's home office. In her filing cabinet, I found a folder labeled Mother's Correspondence, which seemed innocent enough until I opened it. Inside were dozens of letters, all of Grandma's original letters to me from the past 6 months, letters I'd never received. All of my letters to Grandma that she'd never gotten. There were also draft copies of the fake letters my mother had written pretending to be both of us. My mother had been intercepting our mail for 6 months. She'd somehow gotten access to Grandma's mailbox, was taking our letters and replacing them with fake ones she'd written. The fake letters from Grandma to me were cold and dismissive. The fake letters from me to Grandma were even worse, full of complaints about how busy I was, how I didn't have time for long letters anymore, how I wished she'd stop asking so many questions about my life. I kept digging and found more folders. My mother had been doing this to other family members too. Letters between Grandma and my Aunt Susan, Grandma's sister. Letters between Grandma and several of her longtime friends. My mother had been systematically intercepting Grandma's correspondence with multiple people and replacing it with fake letters designed to damage those relationships. I found a journal where my mother had documented her plan. She wrote about how Grandma had always been the center of attention in the family, how everyone loved her letters and looked forward to them. My mother resented this and wanted to isolate Grandma by making everyone think she'd become cold and uninterested in their lives. She'd been doing this for over a year to various people, not just 6 months to me. The fake letters had been effective. I found emails and messages my mother had saved where relatives complained to each other about Grandma's changed attitude in her letters. Several people had stopped writing to her altogether, hurt by the cold responses they'd received to their heartfelt letters, responses Grandma had never actually written. My mother had successfully convinced multiple family members and friends that Grandma had become distant and uncaring. I photographed every document in that filing cabinet. Original letters, fake letters, drafts, the journal entries explaining her motivations. I took the entire folder with me back to Grandma's house. We spent the evening reading through everything. Grandma cried seeing her actual letters to me, the warm, loving messages I'd never received. She was devastated reading the fake, cold letters my mother had sent pretending to be her. We made a list of everyone whose correspondence had been affected. 7 family members, 4 of Grandma's longtime friends, her sister. My mother had spent over a year methodically destroying Grandma's relationships through forged mail. Some people had stopped writing entirely, thinking Grandma didn't care anymore. Others had reduced their communication significantly. My mother was hosting a big family gathering the following weekend for my father's birthday. It was supposed to be a celebration with about 40 family members attending. I told my mother I wanted to give a presentation about family history and Grandma's role in keeping everyone connected over the years. She loved the idea and agreed immediately. The day of the party, I brought Grandma with me. My mother seemed nervous seeing her, but maintained her composure. After dinner, I set up a projector and started my presentation. It began with talking about how Grandma had maintained relationships through handwritten letters for decades, how she'd been the heart of the family's communication network. Then I showed the evidence. Side-by-side comparisons of Grandma's real letters and the fake ones my mother had written. The originals were warm and loving, asking detailed questions about people's lives, sharing stories and wisdom. The fakes were cold and brief, dismissive and uninterested. I showed examples from multiple recipients, proving this wasn't isolated. I displayed photos of my mother's filing cabinet full of intercepted mail. Her journal entries explaining her plan to isolate Grandma by ruining her relationships. Draft copies of fake letters in my mother's handwriting, practicing Grandma's style. Postmarks showing letters supposedly from Grandma's town actually coming from my mother's location. The room went silent. Family members who'd been hurt by Grandma's cold letters realized they'd been deceived. Friends who'd stopped writing because they thought she didn't care anymore understood what had really happened. My Aunt Susan was particularly devastated, having reduced her communication with Grandma significantly over the past year because of the fake, dismissive letters she'd received. My mother tried to claim I'd fabricated everything, but I'd brought the actual physical letters. People could see and touch the originals, compare the handwriting, read the warm messages they'd never received. Multiple people confirmed they recognized the cold tone as completely unlike Grandma, but had assumed she'd changed as she aged. My mother had exploited everyone's fears about elderly relatives becoming distant to hide her manipulation. My father was horrified. He'd had no idea what my mother was doing. Several family members left immediately, unable to be in the same room with someone who'd do this. Others gathered around Grandma apologizing for believing she'd become cold, for reducing their communication with her. Over the following weeks, people began writing to Grandma again, real correspondence reaching her this time. Friends reached out, apologizing for stopping their letters, explaining they'd thought she'd lost interest in their friendship. My Aunt Susan drove 2 hours to spend a weekend with Grandma, rebuilding their relationship that my mother had nearly destroyed. My parents' marriage is in serious trouble. My father is staying with my uncle while he processes what my mother did. Most of the family has cut contact with my mother entirely. She's been banned from family gatherings, and several relatives have filed harassment complaints about the mail interference. Grandma has changed her mail delivery to a post office box that only she has access to. She started a letter-writing group at her senior center for others who enjoy correspondence, finding new friends who appreciate her beautiful letters. But the damage from that year of isolation and manipulation is still healing. She sometimes hesitates before mailing letters, worried they won't reach their intended recipient. Some family members think I destroyed my parents' marriage and the family unity by exposing this at a party. But my mother had been destroying Grandma's relationship systematically for over a year. She'd made Grandma think her family and friends had stopped caring, while making everyone else think Grandma had become cold and distant. People deserved to know the truth about why their relationships with Grandma had deteriorated. My mother claims she was trying to protect the family from Grandma's attention-seeking behavior, that the letters were manipulation. But the original letters I've read are nothing but love, interest in others' lives, and desire to maintain connections. My mother's jealousy of those connections led her to try destroying them, and she almost succeeded. Grandma is slowly rebuilding her correspondence network, treasuring each real letter she receives now. We've returned to our weekly letter exchange, and her messages are as warm and detailed as ever. The family gatherings that used to include my mother now happen without her, as most relatives want nothing to do with someone who'd forge mail to isolate an elderly family member. The birthday party that was supposed to celebrate my father became the moment everyone learned who my mother really was and what she'd been doing in secret for over a year. I found my uncle publishing my grandfather's research papers under his own name. I, 32, am a graduate student in environmental science, the same field my grandfather, Dr. James Chen, 76, pioneered in during his long career. Grandpa James retired from university teaching 10 years ago, after 40 years as a professor and researcher. He's still mentally sharp and continues working on research projects from his home office, though he no longer publishes in academic journals, saying he's done his time in the publish or perish world, and now just works for the love of the science. 3 weeks ago, I was doing literature research for my dissertation when I came across a paper published last year in a respected journal. The author was Dr. Michael Chen, my uncle, who's a professor at a different university. The paper was about sustainable agricultural water systems, a topic I knew my grandfather had been researching extensively. As I read the paper, I recognized specific methodologies, data analysis approaches, and even phrasing that sounded exactly like how Grandpa James talks about his work. I went to visit Grandpa and asked casually about his current projects. He excitedly showed me his latest research. 3 years of detailed work on agricultural water conservation methods. His notes, his data sets, his conclusions, even some of his specific wording matched what was in Uncle Michael's published paper. When I showed Grandpa the published paper, he was confused at first, then devastated. Uncle Michael had taken Grandpa's unpublished research and published it as his own. Grandpa explained that Michael had been visiting regularly over the past few years, showing interest in his father's continuing research. Grandpa had been thrilled that his son wanted to understand his work and had shared everything freely. His raw data, his methodologies, his unpublished findings, his drafts. He'd thought Michael was just being a supportive son, finally appreciating the work that had consumed so much of Grandpa's life. He never imagined Michael was mining his research for material to publish under his own name. I started searching academic databases more systematically. I found 5 more papers published by Uncle Michael over the past 4 years, all in Grandpa's research areas, all containing data, methodologies, and conclusions that matched Grandpa's unpublished work. I cross-referenced with Grandpa's extensive research notes, which he'd meticulously dated and documented. Every single one of Michael's papers was based on Grandpa's research that predated the publication by months or years. I expanded my search and discovered it wasn't just Uncle Michael. My Aunt Rebecca, who's a researcher at a pharmaceutical company, had published articles in industry journals that incorporated Grandpa's unpublished findings on environmental toxicology. My cousin Daniel, a junior professor trying to earn tenure, had presented conference papers that were essentially summaries of Grandpa's research with minor modifications. They'd all been visiting Grandpa regularly, asking about his work, taking photos of his notes for family archives, requesting copies of his data sets to better understand his legacy. Grandpa had shared everything, proud that his family was finally interested in his life's work. Instead, they'd been systematically plagiarizing decades of his research to advance their own careers. I found a paper Michael had published that was directly based on research Grandpa had submitted to a journal 15 years ago. That paper had been rejected for minor revisions, and Grandpa had been too busy with teaching to resubmit. Michael had taken that old draft, made minimal changes, and published it as original research last year. He'd literally stolen a paper his father had written. The scope was staggering. Between Michael, Rebecca, and Daniel, they'd published or presented at least 12 pieces of work substantially based on Grandpa's research over the past 5 years. Michael had won a research award partially based on his water conservation paper. Daniel's conference presentation had helped him secure a grant. Rebecca had gotten a promotion at her company partly due to her innovative publications that were actually Grandpa's innovations. I documented everything carefully. I created a detailed comparison between Grandpa's dated research notes and the published papers, showing the direct connections. I found emails where Michael had asked Grandpa to explain certain methodologies, emails where Rebecca requested access to specific data sets, messages where Daniel asked for clarification on research findings, all communications that preceded their own publications on those exact topics. I showed Grandpa the full extent of what I'd discovered. He was heartbroken. These weren't just any researchers stealing his work. These were his own children and grandson using his trust and family bonds to commit academic fraud. They'd seen his retirement from formal publishing as an opportunity to pillage his decades of research for their own benefit. Grandpa had kept working on research after retirement because he loved the science, not for recognition or career advancement. But seeing his intellectual property stolen by his own family, watching them receive awards and promotions for his work, knowing they'd betrayed his trust so completely, it shattered something in him. He'd spent his career teaching academic integrity, and his own family had violated it in the worst possible way. I contacted the journals where Michael's papers had been published, explaining the situation and providing evidence. Several began investigations. I reached out to Daniel's university about their academic misconduct policies. I contacted Rebecca's company about her publications, but I knew the academic misconduct process was slow and often inconclusive, especially when the original researcher hadn't formally published his work. Grandpa was torn. Part of him didn't want to destroy his children's careers. Another part of him felt that what they'd done was unforgivable and needed to be exposed. We compromised on a plan. The Regional Environmental Science Conference was happening next month, a major event with over 400 academics, researchers, and industry professionals attending. Uncle Michael was scheduled to give a keynote presentation about his groundbreaking work on sustainable water systems, work that was actually Grandpa's. Daniel was presenting a paper. Rebecca was attending as a company representative. Many people who'd known Grandpa during his academic career would be there. I helped Grandpa register as an attendee and secured him a presentation slot during the session following Michael's keynote. The conference organizers were thrilled to have Dr. James Chen participating. He was a respected name in the field, and many attendees would be excited to see him even though he'd retired from active publishing. The day of the conference, Michael gave his keynote presentation confidently, discussing his innovative approaches to agricultural water conservation. He presented data, showed results, explained methodologies, all drawn from Grandpa's research. The audience was impressed. Several people came up afterward to congratulate him on his excellent work. Then, Grandpa took the stage for his presentation. He started by thanking everyone for the warm welcome and explaining he'd come out of presentation retirement for something important. Then he revealed that much of the research presented that day in the keynote was actually his unpublished work that had been taken without his permission or credit. He displayed side-by-side comparisons on the screen. Michael's published paper next to Grandpa's research notes dated 2 years earlier, showing identical methodologies and data. He showed emails where Michael had asked questions about the research, then published papers on those exact topics months later. He presented a timeline of his research development and how it preceded every publication Michael had claimed as original work. The auditorium went silent. Conference attendees who'd known Grandpa's work for decades could verify his research style and approach. They recognized his methodologies in Michael's papers. Several senior researchers in the audience stood up and said they'd noticed the papers seemed remarkably similar to Dr. Chen's pre-retirement work, but had assumed it was Michael building on his father's legacy with permission. Grandpa then addressed the plagiarism by Rebecca and Daniel, showing how they'd similarly taken his unpublished research and presented it as their own. He displayed the documented evidence of his research predating all of their publications. He explained how they'd used family relationships and his trust to gain access to his life's work, then stolen it for their own career advancement. Michael tried to defend himself, claiming he'd built on his father's ideas with permission, that it was a collaboration. Grandpa produced the emails and visit logs showing Michael had never mentioned publishing the work as his own, had never asked for co-authorship or even acknowledgement. Rebecca and Daniel stayed silent, unable to deny the evidence. Conference organizers immediately pulled Daniel's scheduled presentation. Journal editors in attendance made notes about investigating Michael's published papers. Rebecca's company representative spoke with her privately in the hallway. The keynote that was supposed to showcase Michael's research became the moment everyone learned it was stolen from his retired father. Over the following months, Michael's research award was revoked. 2 of his papers were retracted after formal investigations confirmed plagiarism. His university launched an ethics inquiry that resulted in a suspension and mandatory ethics training. Rebecca lost her promotion when her company discovered her publications violated research integrity standards. Daniel's grant was pulled, and his tenure case was delayed indefinitely pending investigation. Several journals published corrections acknowledging that research previously attributed solely to Michael Chen was substantially based on the unpublished work of Dr. James Chen. Grandpa was offered co-authorship on some of the papers, though he declined, preferring to let the record simply show the truth about who did the original work. The family has fractured completely. Most relatives have sided with Grandpa, horrified that Michael, Rebecca, and Daniel would plagiarize their own father's and grandfather's research. Some extended family members think Grandpa should have handled it privately to protect his children's careers. But Grandpa says academic integrity isn't something you protect people from. Grandpa has started publishing again, working with me as a co-author on papers based on his research. He says the betrayal reminded him that his work matters and deserves proper attribution. He's also become an advocate for retired researchers whose unpublished work may be vulnerable to theft by those with access. The conference that was supposed to showcase Michael's groundbreaking research became the moment everyone in their field learned about systematic plagiarism by family members exploiting an elderly researcher's trust. The keynote presentation that should have advanced Michael's career instead exposed the theft that had been advancing it for years. Grandpa keeps copies of all the published papers that used his research without attribution, marked with dates showing when his original work was completed. They're his evidence that intellectual property theft can happen even within families, that trust can be weaponized against the trusting. The research he'd shared freely with family members who he thought just wanted to understand his life's work became the source material they stole for their own professional gain. Now the academic community knows the truth about who really did the work. I found my siblings opened a restaurant using my grandmother's recipes as their own. I, 27, grew up learning to cook from my grandmother Rosa, 74, who immigrated from Italy 60 years ago. She's an incredible cook who spent decades perfecting traditional recipes passed down through generations, plus creating her own variations. Her kitchen has always been the heart of our family gatherings, and she's generous about sharing her recipes with anyone who asks, writing them out in her beautiful handwriting with detailed notes about techniques and ingredient sources. Last month, I was scrolling through social media when an ad appeared for a new Italian restaurant called Bella Famiglia that had just opened downtown. The promotional photos showed dishes that looked strangely familiar. I clicked through to their website and felt my stomach drop. Every signature dish they featured, the ossobuco, the handmade pasta with walnut sauce, the lemon ricotta cake, the special marinara with the secret ingredient combination, were my grandmother's exact recipes. The About Us section was even worse. It described the restaurant as being founded by the Romano siblings, my brother Antonio, 32, and my sister Francesca, 29, featuring cherished family recipes passed down through generations and perfected by the Romano family. They'd branded the entire restaurant around these being their family heritage recipes, which was technically true, except they were specifically Grandma Rosa's recipes, not theirs. They hadn't created or perfected anything. They'd just taken Grandma's work. I visited the restaurant and ordered several dishes. Every single one was made using Grandma's exact recipes. I could tell from the specific ingredient combinations, the techniques, even the plating that matched how she'd taught us. The menu descriptions credited the Romano family for each recipe, but there was no mention of Grandma Rosa. She wasn't listed anywhere on their website, their social media, or their promotional materials. I asked Antonio about it directly. He claimed they'd adapted family recipes, and that since Grandma had shared them freely with family, they were fair to use. When I pointed out they were making substantial money from her intellectual property without credit or compensation, he said she'd be happy family members were continuing the tradition. I asked if he'd actually told Grandma about the restaurant. He admitted they'd kept it quiet because they didn't want to overwhelm her with the business details. I went to visit Grandma Rosa and found her excited to show me a new recipe she was developing. I asked her casually if she knew about Antonio and Francesca's restaurant. She looked confused and said she didn't know what I was talking about. I pulled up their website on my phone and showed her. As she scrolled through their menu, tears filled her eyes. Dish after dish was hers, recipes she'd spent decades perfecting, some handed down from her mother and grandmother in Italy, others she'd created herself through years of experimentation. The lemon ricotta cake recipe alone had taken her 5 years to perfect, adjusting ratios and techniques until it was exactly right. Now it was being sold as Antonio and Francesca's signature Romano family dessert. I showed her their promotional videos where they discussed our family's culinary traditions and recipes we've perfected over the years. They demonstrated cooking techniques in ways that exactly mimicked how Grandma taught them, using her specific methods, but presenting it all as their own knowledge and expertise. One video showed Francesca making pasta dough using Grandma's exact technique, the particular way she folded and kneaded, while explaining it as the method I developed through practice. Grandma was devastated. She'd been sharing her recipes freely with her grandchildren for years, writing them out carefully, teaching them her techniques during long afternoons in her kitchen. She thought they were learning to cook for themselves and their own families. She never imagined they'd take her life's work and build a commercial business around it without even mentioning her name. I did more research. Bella Famiglia had been open for 6 months and was quite successful. They had stellar reviews praising the authentic family recipes and traditional techniques. Food bloggers had featured them. A local magazine had done a profile on Antonio and Francesca as young restaurateurs, honoring their Italian heritage through grandmother's recipes. Except the photos showed them in the kitchen, no mention of which grandmother or any acknowledgement that she was still alive and had never been credited. They'd even won a local Best New Restaurant award 2 months ago. The acceptance speech, which I found on their Instagram, had Antonio thanking our family for passing down these incredible recipes and teaching us the importance of traditional Italian cooking. He mentioned generations of Romano family cooks, but never specifically named Grandma Rosa or acknowledged that every recipe came from her. I discovered they'd been actively asking Grandma for new recipes during their Sunday visits, claiming they wanted to cook for their own families. She'd been thrilled by their interest and had been writing out more recipes, even some she'd never shared before. Family secrets she'd been saving. Those recipes were now appearing as new seasonal specials at the restaurant. The butternut squash ravioli with brown butter sage sauce that Grandma had spent years perfecting was listed as Chef Antonio's special creation. The financial aspect was significant too. The restaurant was generating substantial income. They'd opened with investors based on their pitch about authentic family recipes. They'd been featured in local food media because of the family heritage angle. Their entire brand and success was built on Grandma's recipes and reputation. While she lived modestly on a fixed income, unaware her life's work was being commercialized by her own grandchildren without credit or compensation. The city's annual food festival was happening next month, a huge event with over 5,000 attendees, including food critics, local media, and industry professionals. Bella Familia had been selected as one of the featured restaurants. Antonio and Francesca were scheduled to do a cooking demonstration on the main stage, showcasing what they were calling the Romano family's traditional Sunday sauce, which was actually Grandma Rosa's marinara recipe that took all day to make and included her secret combination of fresh herbs. I contacted the food festival organizers and explained that I was the granddaughter of Rosa Romano, the actual creator of all the recipes Bella Familia was built on. I showed them evidence: Grandma's handwritten recipe cards dated years before the restaurant opened, photos of her teaching these exact dishes to family members, testimonials from relatives who'd been eating her cooking for decades. I asked if Grandma could participate in the festival to clarify the true origin of these recipes. The organizers were shocked and immediately offered Grandma her own demonstration slot, scheduled right after Antonio and Francesca's presentation. They also invited her to bring her original recipe cards and any documentation of her cooking history. Word spread quickly through the festival planning committee. There was going to be a significant revelation about one of their featured restaurants. The day of the festival, Antonio and Francesca did their demonstration confidently, showing the audience how to make their Sunday sauce. They discussed how they'd developed this recipe, explaining the importance of using San Marzano tomatoes and fresh basil, demonstrating the technique they'd perfected. The audience was engaged and impressed. Food bloggers were taking notes. A local news crew was filming. Then, Grandma Rosa took the stage. She was nervous, but determined. I stood beside her for support. She began by introducing herself as Rosa Romano, the grandmother of the previous presenters. Then she explained that every recipe served at Bella Familia was actually hers, created by her, perfected by her, taught by her to her grandchildren, who she'd believed were learning to cook for their own families. She displayed her original handwritten recipe cards on the screens, dated from years and decades ago. The Sunday sauce recipe Antonio and Francesca had just demonstrated, she showed her card for it from 1998, with notes and adjustments from her mother's original 1950s version. She showed photos from family gatherings where she'd made these exact dishes, photos that predated the restaurant by years. She demonstrated her technique for the sauce, explaining the specific way she layered flavors, the particular timing she'd developed, the secret ingredient combination she'd discovered through experimentation. The audience could see it was identical to what Antonio and Francesca had just presented as their own method. I displayed side-by-side comparisons of Bella Familia's menu descriptions and Grandma's original recipe cards, showing the recipes were exact matches. I showed their promotional videos next to old family videos of Grandma teaching these same dishes to her grandchildren, using the identical techniques they'd claimed as their own innovations. Antonio and Francesca were still in the audience from their demonstration. People started turning to look at them, putting together that they'd just watched them present someone else's work as their own. The food festival organizer took the microphone and asked them directly if the recipes at their restaurant were their grandmother's work. They tried to claim it was a family collaboration, but Grandma firmly corrected them. She'd never been asked about a restaurant, never given permission for commercial use, never been credited or compensated. Several food bloggers who'd featured Bella Familia immediately started asking questions. How could they build a business on someone else's recipes without credit? Why was the grandmother who created everything not mentioned anywhere in their restaurant or promotional materials? Antonio tried to say they'd planned to honor her eventually, but the evidence showed they'd actively concealed her role. The revelation spread quickly through the festival and on social media. Reviews of Bella Familia were updated to note the recipes were actually created by the owner's grandmother, without her permission or credit. Food critics who'd praised the restaurant issued corrections. The Best New Restaurant Award Committee launched an inquiry into whether their application had misrepresented the origin of their recipes. Over the following weeks, Antonio and Francesca faced serious consequences. Several investors pulled out, uncomfortable with the ethical issues. Their landlord received complaints from other tenants about the controversy. Their staff, many of whom had been told the recipes were family secrets the siblings had learned and perfected, felt betrayed by the deception. Most significantly, the food community largely turned against them. The industry is small, and reputation matters. Word spread that they'd built their business by taking credit for their grandmother's life work. Other restaurants distanced themselves. Food festivals rescinded their invitations to future events. Grandma Rosa, meanwhile, received widespread support. Several food media outlets did features on her, the real creator of the recipes. A cookbook publisher approached her about documenting her recipes properly. A different restaurant offered her a consulting role with proper credit and fair compensation. The cooking school in town invited her to teach classes, sharing her authentic techniques. Some family members think I went too far by exposing Antonio and Francesca at such a public event, that it ruined their business unnecessarily. But they'd built that business on stolen intellectual property, presenting Grandma's life work as their own for commercial gain. The food festival where they were being celebrated for their family recipes seemed like exactly the right moment to reveal whose recipes those actually were. Bella Familia closed within 3 months, unable to survive the reputational damage and investor withdrawal. Antonio and Francesca have tried apologizing to Grandma, but she's keeping her distance. They've lost not just the business, but the respect of the food community and most of the family. Grandma has started teaching cooking classes where she shares her recipes openly, but now with proper credit and documentation. She's working on a cookbook that will preserve her recipes with their true origins acknowledged. The food festival that was supposed to showcase Antonio and Francesca's family restaurant became the moment everyone learned they'd been stealing credit for their grandmother's culinary legacy. The recipes that were supposed to make them successful restaurateurs instead exposed them as thieves of their own grandmother's life work. I discovered my family has been destroying my grandfather's woodworking projects. I, 29, have always admired my grandfather Henry's woodworking. He's 75 and has been a master craftsman for over 50 years, creating beautiful furniture, sculptures, and custom pieces. His workshop in his large basement is his sanctuary, filled with decades of tools, materials, and projects in various stages of completion. He takes commissions from friends and community members, donates pieces to charity auctions, and simply creates because he loves the craft. 3 months ago, I stopped by Grandpa Henry's house and noticed his workshop looked different. Emptier, more organized than usual. When I asked about it, he seemed confused and a bit sad, saying my Aunt Carol and Uncle Jim had been helping him declutter, because the workshop was getting too crowded and dangerous for someone his age. He said they'd been very insistent that he needed to let go of old projects and make space. I asked what happened to a specific piece I'd seen him working on, a hand-carved jewelry box he'd been making for a customer's anniversary gift. He said Carol had told him the customer had canceled the order and she'd disposed of it, since it was taking up space. That seemed odd because I'd spoken to Grandpa about that piece just 2 weeks earlier, and he'd been excited about finishing it. Last week, I was driving past a thrift store and saw something in their window that made me stop abruptly. A wooden rocking chair I immediately recognized as Grandpa Henry's work. I'd watched him build that chair over 3 months last year. It had his signature joinery style and a small maker's mark he carved into all his pieces. I went inside and asked how they'd acquired it. The donation receipt showed it came from Carol Henderson, my aunt's full name. I started checking other thrift stores, antique shops, and even online marketplace listings. Over the next week, I found 11 more pieces that were definitely Grandpa's work. A dining table set, hand-carved bookends, a wooden toy chest, a decorative mirror frame. All donated or sold by Carol or Jim, all pieces I'd seen in Grandpa's workshop or that he'd mentioned working on. I confronted Carol about the rocking chair. She claimed Grandpa had told her to get rid of his old junk because he was trying to downsize. When I pointed out the chair was a commissioned piece for a client, she said the client never picked it up, so it was abandoned. I contacted the client directly, an elderly woman from Grandpa's church, who said she'd been waiting months for that chair. She'd paid Grandpa a $200 deposit and was told it would be ready in early spring. But when she called to check on it, Carol had answered Grandpa's phone and said he couldn't take her call, then never returned her messages. I went through Grandpa's workshop more carefully with his permission. Dozens of projects were missing. His commission ledger showed 10 pieces that clients had ordered and paid deposits for, all gone. Carol and Jim had been taking finished and partially completed works, telling Grandpa they were clearing out clutter and fire hazards, while actually selling or donating his work without his knowledge or consent. Some pieces they'd kept for themselves. I visited Jim's house and saw 3 of Grandpa's pieces displayed in his living room: a coffee table, a wooden sculpture, and a custom bookshelf. When I asked Jim about them, he claimed Grandpa had given them to him as gifts. Grandpa had no memory of this, and his ledger showed the coffee table was actually a commissioned piece for someone named Robert Martinez, who'd paid in full. I discovered that Carol and Jim's motivation was twofold. First, they wanted to use Grandpa's basement workshop space to store their own belongings. They'd been eyeing that large, finished basement for years. Second, they'd been telling the family that Grandpa's woodworking was becoming obsessive hoarding behavior, as evidence he needed supervision, building a case that he couldn't manage his own home and should move to assisted living so they could have the house. They'd been systematically destroying Grandpa's life's work while framing it as helping him declutter, betraying his client's trust, and stealing commissioned pieces he'd been paid to create. The pieces they couldn't use themselves, they'd sold or donated for tax write-offs. Grandpa's reputation in the community was suffering as clients waited for promised work that had been secretly disposed of. I found that Carol had even thrown away some of Grandpa's tools, claiming they were old and dangerous. These were premium hand tools, some vintage pieces worth hundreds of dollars, irreplaceable items he'd collected over 50 years. She'd tossed them in the trash or donated them, treating a master craftsman's carefully curated tool collection as disposable junk. The emotional impact on Grandpa was severe. He kept mentioning feeling less capable and wondering if maybe he was becoming forgetful, since Carol kept saying he'd agreed to get rid of things he had no memory of agreeing to. He'd stopped taking new commissions because Carol had told potential clients that he was winding down his hobby. He never said that himself. His workshop, once a space of creativity and pride, had become a source of confusion and sadness. The annual Community Craft Fair was coming up next month, a major event with over 300 vendors and thousands of attendees. Grandpa Henry had been a featured artisan at this fair for 20 years, known for his exceptional woodworking. This year, Carol had contacted the organizers and told them Grandpa was retiring from woodworking and wouldn't be participating, without ever asking Grandpa himself. She and Jim had reserved a vendor booth for themselves to sell home goods and decor, which I suspected would include more of Grandpa's stolen work. I contacted the craft fair organizers and explained what had been happening. I showed them evidence of Carol and Jim selling Grandpa's work without his consent, the commission ledger showing pieces that had been disposed of, and testimonials from clients who'd been waiting for their ordered pieces. The organizers were horrified and immediately offered Grandpa his usual featured artisan spot, along with a presentation opportunity to address what had happened. I helped Grandpa prepare. We gathered evidence showing which pieces had been taken from his workshop, photos of his work that had appeared in thrift stores and online marketplaces with Carol and Jim listed as sellers, his commission ledger with client names and descriptions matching the disappeared pieces. We contacted every client who'd been waiting for commissioned work and explained what had happened. The day of the craft fair, Carol and Jim set up their booth with various items including 3 pieces of Grandpa's woodwork they were selling as handmade furniture. Grandpa set up his booth nearby with his remaining pieces and a large display explaining what had been happening to his work over the past year. During the artisan demonstration session, Grandpa took the stage. He explained how he'd been a craftsman for 50 years, how his workshop had been his passion and his pride. Then, he revealed that his own family members had been systematically destroying and selling his work under the guise of helping him declutter, treating commissioned pieces clients had paid for as disposable junk, and using his supposed hoarding as evidence he needed supervision. He displayed photos of his pieces appearing in thrift stores, online marketplace listings showing Carol and Jim as sellers, and his commission ledger showing the disappeared work. He showed the maker's marks on pieces in Carol and Jim's booth at that very fair, proving they were his creations being sold without his permission. He introduced several clients who stood up from the audience, explaining they'd been waiting months for commissioned pieces that Carol and Jim had destroyed or sold. The craft fair attendees were outraged. Many knew Grandpa Henry's work and reputation. Carol and Jim tried to claim they'd been helping him, that he'd wanted to downsize. But the commission ledger and client testimonies proved Grandpa had active, ongoing work they'd interfered with. The fair organizers shut down Carol and Jim's booth immediately and asked them to leave the premises. Over the following weeks, Grandpa received an outpouring of support from the craft community. Several clients whose pieces had been destroyed or sold asked him to remake their commissions, which he happily agreed to do. Other craftspeople donated tools to replace what Carol had thrown away. The community rallied to help him rebuild what his own family had tried to destroy. Carol and Jim faced consequences beyond just the craft fair. The clients who'd paid for pieces that were destroyed or sold without authorization demanded refunds. Some threatened legal action. The church community where Grandpa was known and respected ostracized Carol and Jim for betraying an elder craftsman's trust and sabotaging his work. Most of the family cut ties with Carol and Jim, appalled that they'd systematically destroyed their father's creative work and tried to ruin his reputation as a craftsman to justify taking his home. Grandpa revoked their access to his house and workshop, changing his locks and installing security cameras to prevent further destruction. Some relatives think Grandpa should have confronted Carol and Jim privately rather than exposing them at the craft fair. But that fair was where they were actively trying to profit from his stolen work while he was supposed to be retired, according to their lies. The venue where he'd showcased his craftsmanship for 2 decades seemed like exactly the right place to reveal the truth. Grandpa's workshop is being restored. The community has helped him rebuild his tool collection and restock materials. He's taking commissions again with renewed energy, protected now from family members who saw his life's work as disposable clutter. The craft fair that Carol had told organizers he was too old to participate in became the moment everyone learned how his own children had been destroying his legacy while claiming to help him. The pieces Carol and Jim stole or destroyed can never be fully replaced. But Grandpa is creating again. His workshop once more a space of pride rather than confusion. The family betrayal that tried to end his craft instead exposed the betrayers and strengthened the community's support for a master craftsman they refused to let be silenced or dismissed. I discovered my siblings have been canceling my grandfather's activities and friendships. I, 29, recently moved back to my hometown after working abroad for 3 years. My grandfather Edward, 76, has always been incredibly active and social. Before I left, he volunteered at the local library, played chess at the community center twice a week, had a standing lunch group with 4 of his longtime friends, and was active in his church. When I moved back last month and went to visit him, I was shocked to find him sitting alone in his house, watching TV in the middle of the day. I asked why he wasn't at the library where he usually volunteered on Tuesdays. He said sadly that they'd told him they didn't need volunteers anymore, that they were cutting back the program. That seemed strange to me because the library had always struggled to find enough volunteers. I asked about his chess group, and he said his chess partners had all stopped coming, that apparently they'd formed a new group and didn't invite him. He assumed they'd gotten tired of playing with him. When I asked about his lunch group with his longtime friends, Grandpa's face fell. He said they'd stopped responding to his calls and messages about 6 months ago. He figured they'd decided he was too old and boring to spend time with anymore. He mentioned that his church had asked him to step down from the greeting committee he'd been part of for 15 years because they wanted younger members. Everything he'd loved doing, every social connection he'd maintained, had apparently ended within the past year. This didn't sound right at all. My grandfather was sharp, kind, and engaging. People had always enjoyed his company. The idea that everyone in his life had simultaneously decided to exclude him seemed impossible. I decided to investigate, starting with the library. I went there the next day and asked about their volunteer program. The coordinator looked confused when I mentioned they'd told my grandfather they didn't need volunteers. She said they were actually desperate for help and had been trying to reach Edward for months, but he never responded to their calls or emails. I felt cold. Someone had told my grandfather the library didn't want him, while the library thought he'd lost interest. I asked to see their call logs and emails. They'd sent multiple messages to my grandfather's phone and email, asking him to please return to volunteering, expressing concern about his sudden absence, asking if he was okay. Grandpa had never received any of them. I went home and checked my grandfather's phone and email with his permission. His phone settings had been changed so that calls from the library, the community center, his church, and several of his friends were being automatically blocked and sent to a spam folder he never checked. His email had similar filters set up, routing messages from these same contacts directly to trash. Someone had deliberately configured his accounts to prevent him from receiving any communication from his social circles. I looked at the blocked numbers and filtered email addresses. They included all 4 members of his lunch group, the library coordinator, the community center activities director, his chess partners, and multiple people from his church. I checked when these blocks and filters were set up. They'd been gradually implemented over the past year, starting about 10 months ago. Grandpa was confused and upset. He had no idea how this happened and certainly hadn't set up these blocks himself. He barely knew how to use the spam folder feature. I asked who had access to his phone and computer. He said my Aunt Linda and Uncle Paul both had his passwords because they'd offered to help him with technology issues. They'd told him they wanted to make sure he could reach family easily and had set up shortcuts for him. I called my Aunt Linda and asked directly if she'd blocked numbers on Grandpa's phone. She hesitated before admitting that yes, she and my Uncle Paul had decided to simplify Grandpa's life by reducing his outside commitments. She claimed they were protecting him from exhausting himself with too many activities. When I pointed out that Grandpa was now isolated and depressed, she said he'd adjust and be happier spending time with family instead of strangers. I called my Uncle Paul, who gave a similar explanation. They decided together that Grandpa was spreading himself too thin at his age. They wanted him to slow down and focus on family, so they'd systematically cut off his access to his entire social life without his knowledge or consent, making him think everyone had abandoned him, rather than admitting they were controlling his communications. But it got worse. I went to visit Grandpa's chess partner, Robert, whose number had been blocked. Robert was thrilled to see me and immediately asked how Edward was doing. He said they'd all been so worried when Edward stopped showing up to chess and wouldn't return their calls. Robert had even gone to Grandpa's house twice, but was told by my Aunt Linda that Edward didn't want visitors anymore, that he'd decided to stop socializing. Robert and the other chess players had been hurt and confused, but respected what they thought was Grandpa's wishes. I visited each of Grandpa's 4 lunch friends. Same story. They'd all been calling and texting for months with no response. 2 had stopped by the house and were told by my Uncle Paul that Edward had decided he was too old for their group and wanted to be left alone. They'd been heartbroken but didn't want to push if that's what he wanted. The church greeting committee coordinator said the same thing. Someone from the family had called claiming Edward wanted to step down due to health concerns. My aunt and uncle had been running interference at Grandpa's house, turning away visitors while telling them Grandpa didn't want to see them anymore, while simultaneously blocking their calls and emails so Grandpa would think they'd abandoned him. They'd isolated him completely while making both sides think it was by choice. I gathered all the evidence: phone records showing blocked numbers and deleted voicemails, email filters, screenshots of messages from friends that had been diverted, testimonies from friends who'd been turned away at the door. I documented everything carefully. Then I learned that my Aunt Linda was planning a big family dinner next weekend to celebrate my Uncle Paul's promotion. The whole family would be there, about 30 people, including cousins, spouses, and kids. I told my aunt I wanted to give a speech at the dinner, celebrating family bonds. She loved the idea. The night of the dinner, everyone gathered at my aunt's house. Grandpa was there, sitting quietly in a corner while everyone else socialized. My aunt and uncle kept him close, practically hovering. I noticed they'd been doing this a lot, keeping him occupied during family gatherings so he couldn't have longer conversations with other family members who might discover the truth. After dinner, I stood up to give my speech. I started by talking about how families should support and cherish their elders. Then, I revealed exactly what my Aunt Linda and Uncle Paul had been doing for the past year. I showed the blocked contact lists from Grandpa's phone with over 20 numbers, including his closest friends. I displayed email filters that had been secretly set up to isolate him. I shared voicemails from friends desperately trying to reach him, asking if he was okay, saying they missed him. I showed text messages from the library coordinator asking why Edward had stopped volunteering after 15 years. I played a recording of my conversation with Robert, his chess partner, explaining how they'd all been turned away at the door and told Edward didn't want to see them anymore. I showed emails from church members concerned about his sudden withdrawal from activities he'd loved. Then I addressed my aunt and uncle directly in front of the entire family. I asked them to explain why they'd systematically destroyed their father's social life, isolated him from friends of decades, made him believe everyone had abandoned him, all while claiming to act in his best interests. The room went completely silent. Grandpa sat there with tears running down his face, finally understanding that his friends hadn't abandoned him, that the library still wanted him, that people had been trying to reach him all along. My aunt tried to defend herself, saying they were worried about him overextending himself, that they wanted him to spend more time with family. I pointed out that isolating an elderly person from their support system and lying to everyone involved wasn't protection, it was abuse. My Uncle Paul claimed they'd made these decisions for Grandpa's own good, that he'd thank them eventually. Several family members turned on them immediately, horrified by what they'd done. My cousins started asking questions about other times they'd noticed Grandpa seemed disconnected from his usual activities. Other relatives recalled my aunt and uncle making excuses about why Grandpa couldn't attend this or that, claiming he was tired or not feeling well, when really they were controlling his schedule. The family dinner fell apart as people chose sides. My aunt's own children confronted her about why she'd done this to their grandfather. My uncle's wife looked shocked, claiming she hadn't known the full extent of what he'd been doing. Several family members left immediately, disgusted. Over the following days, I helped Grandpa remove all the blocks and filters from his accounts. His friends were overjoyed when he finally called them back. The library welcomed him back with open arms. His chess group reinstated their regular games. The church was thrilled to have him return to the greeting committee. Within 2 weeks, Grandpa's calendar was full again with activities and social commitments. The family has fractured significantly. Many relatives have cut contact with my Aunt Linda and Uncle Paul, unable to forgive what they see as elder abuse. Others are trying to maintain peace but admit what happened was wrong. My aunt and uncle have been essentially ostracized from extended family gatherings, no longer trusted around Grandpa. Grandpa has moved into an apartment in a senior community where he's made new friends and joined multiple activity groups. He's thriving again, back to his active social self. But the damage from that year of isolation is still visible. He sometimes gets anxious when his phone rings, worried someone is trying to cut him off again. He keeps detailed notes about his plans and friends, evidence that he's maintaining his social life. My aunt and uncle maintain they were trying to help, that everyone is overreacting. But they stole a year of my grandfather's life, made him believe he was unwanted and forgotten, and destroyed relationships that had taken decades to build. Some family members think I should have confronted my aunt and uncle privately, instead of exposing them at a family dinner. But they'd been operating in private for a year, lying to everyone involved. They needed to be held accountable publicly for what they'd done publicly to Grandpa's reputation and relationships. Grandpa is rebuilding his life with the support of friends who never actually abandoned him. He's cautious now about sharing his passwords and who has access to his technology. Lessons learned from trusting family members who betrayed that trust. The family gatherings that my aunt and uncle wanted him to focus on no longer include them, as most relatives want nothing to do with people who'd isolate their own father so cruelly. I discovered my siblings created fake social media accounts to ruin my grandmother's reputation. I, 33, have always been close to my grandmother, Barbara, 72. She's vibrant, active in her community, and has an amazing circle of friends from her church, her book club, and various volunteer organizations she's been part of for decades. She's well respected in our small town and known for her kindness and volunteer work. About 6 months ago, I started noticing people treating Grandma Barbara differently when we were out together. Less friendly, sometimes outright cold, or avoiding her entirely. At first it was subtle. The librarian who usually chatted with her warmly would barely make eye contact. People from her church would find excuses to cut conversations short. Her book club suddenly had scheduling issues that meant they couldn't meet at the usual times when she was available. Grandma noticed too, and was hurt and confused, wondering what she'd done to offend everyone. Things came to a head when Grandma was asked to step down from the volunteer coordination role she'd held at the community center for 15 years. The director was apologetic but firm, saying they'd received complaints about her behavior and felt it was best she take a break. When Grandma asked what complaints, the director mentioned online posts and comments that were concerning. Grandma doesn't use social media. She barely knows how to use email, so she had no idea what they were talking about. I decided to investigate. I searched for my grandmother's name online and found multiple social media accounts using her full name and photos clearly taken from family pictures. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all had profiles claiming to be Barbara Henderson from our town, using her image and biographical information to appear legitimate. The posts on these accounts were horrifying. Barbara had been posting racist rants about immigration, offensive comments about LGBTQ+ people, cruel remarks about overweight individuals at the grocery store, and aggressive political content attacking local officials. She'd commented on local news articles with hateful rhetoric. She'd joined community Facebook groups and posted inflammatory opinions about school policies, library book selections, and church leadership. The tone was bitter, judgmental, and mean-spirited, the complete opposite of my grandmother's actual personality. These fake accounts had been active for over 8 months, steadily destroying her reputation in the community. People who saw these posts naturally assumed they were from the real Barbara Henderson. Why would they think otherwise? The accounts used her real photos, listed accurate information about where she lived and volunteered, and engaged with genuine local issues and people. I started documenting everything and trying to trace who created these accounts. The profile creation dates were all around the same time, about 8 months ago. I looked at the posting patterns and noticed they were most active during weekday business hours and evenings, times when certain family members would be available. The writing style in the posts was eerily familiar, using phrases and sentence structures I'd seen before. I created a fake profile myself and engaged with Barbara's accounts, asking questions and baiting responses to gather more information. The person running these accounts was careful, but not perfect. They slipped up occasionally with references to things only family would know, events that hadn't been made public, inside information about family dynamics. They'd also been interacting with other fake accounts in suspicious ways, building credibility through manufactured conversations. I checked the IP addresses through friends who had technical skills, though this was complicated and required some social engineering with the platforms. Eventually, I traced multiple login sessions back to networks associated with my brother Marcus and sister Vanessa. They'd been logging in from their homes, their workplaces, and sometimes from my uncle's house when they were visiting. I confronted my cousin Jeremy, who's always been honest with me, and asked if he'd noticed anything strange about Marcus and Vanessa's attitudes toward Grandma lately. He admitted they'd been complaining about Grandma for months, saying she was too involved in community stuff, too attention-seeking with her volunteer work, too proud of her reputation. They resented how much respect she got in town while they felt overlooked. Jeremy said he'd thought they were just venting, didn't realize they'd do anything about it. I went to Marcus first, pretending I needed to use his computer for something while he was in the bathroom. I found the login information for one of the fake accounts saved in his browser. When I confronted him, he initially denied it, then admitted he and Vanessa had created the accounts together. He tried to justify it by saying Grandma was too high and mighty and needed to be brought down a peg. He said she was always getting praise and recognition while her actual grandchildren were ignored. Vanessa was less defensive and more calculating when I confronted her. She admitted the fake accounts were her idea. She said she was tired of Grandma being the perfect community angel when she wasn't that special. She'd created the accounts, written most of the posts, and Marcus had helped maintain them. They'd been systematically destroying their grandmother's reputation for almost a year out of pure jealousy and spite. The damage was extensive. Grandma had lost volunteer positions, friends had distanced themselves, invitations to community events had stopped coming. People in town genuinely believed she'd become a bitter, hateful person based on what they'd seen online. Marcus and Vanessa had successfully isolated her from the community that had been such an important part of her life for decades. I gathered all the evidence, screenshots of the fake accounts, proof of Marcus and Vanessa's access and control, their admissions to me, the timeline of when the accounts were created, and how it coincided with Grandma's social isolation. I showed everything to Grandma, who was devastated. She couldn't believe her own grandchildren would do something so cruel and calculated. Our town's annual Community Appreciation Dinner was coming up in 2 weeks, a major event where volunteers and community leaders were recognized for their contributions. It's attended by over 300 people, including the mayor, city council members, local business owners, and representatives from every community organization. My grandmother had attended this dinner for over 20 years and had been honored multiple times for her service. This year, she hadn't been invited. obviously since everyone thought she was the bitter, hateful person depicted in the fake social media accounts. Marcus and Vanessa were both attending with their spouses, having positioned themselves as active young community members through their own legitimate volunteer work. I contacted the dinner organizers and explained what had been happening. I showed them evidence that the social media accounts supposedly belonging to Barbara Henderson were fake, created and maintained by her grandchildren to damage her reputation. I showed them login records, the confession screenshots, the posting patterns, everything. They were horrified and immediately invited Grandma to attend, offering her a seat at the head table. The night of the dinner, Grandma attended looking elegant and dignified, despite the pain of the past months. Marcus and Vanessa were there, unaware that anything had changed. During the program, after several community service awards were presented, the organizer took the microphone and addressed the room about a serious matter that needed to be brought to light. She explained that for the past 8 months, fake social media accounts had been created impersonating Barbara Henderson, a beloved longtime volunteer. These accounts had posted hateful, offensive content designed to destroy her reputation in the community. She said they'd discovered the accounts were created and maintained by family members, specifically naming Marcus Henderson and Vanessa Morrison, who'd been systematically sabotaging their grandmother's relationships and standing in the community out of jealousy. The room went silent. The organizer displayed screenshots of the fake posts on screens throughout the venue, then showed evidence of who had actually created and maintained these accounts. She explained how an investigation had traced everything back to Marcus and Vanessa, who'd spent months crafting a false online persona to isolate their grandmother from the community she'd served for decades. Marcus and Vanessa tried to leave immediately, but were blocked by other attendees who wanted answers. The mayor asked them directly if the accusations were true. They couldn't deny it with all the evidence displayed publicly. Several people who'd distanced themselves from Grandma came to her table apologizing, explaining they'd truly believed those posts were real, and were horrified to learn they'd been manufactured by her own family. Local news reporters who were covering the community dinner suddenly had a much different story to report. The evening that was supposed to be a celebration of community service became an expose of how 2 people had committed identity fraud and character assassination against their own grandmother. Over the following weeks, Facebook and other platforms removed all the fake accounts. The community rallied around Grandma, with organizations reaching out to apologize for believing the fake posts and inviting her back to roles she'd been asked to leave. Her book club reinstated her immediately. The church where she'd been treated coldly welcomed her warmly again. The community center asked her to return to her volunteer coordinator position. Marcus and Vanessa faced serious consequences. Several community organizations they were involved with terminated their memberships for ethical violations. Vanessa lost a board position at a nonprofit. Marcus's employer, a local business that valued community reputation, let him go after the news coverage. Their own social standing in the town was destroyed by their actions. The police investigated whether charges could be filed for identity theft and fraud. While the legal situation was complex, the platforms themselves flagged their real accounts for creating fake profiles, which violated terms of service. Some of Grandma's friends who'd been targeted by the fake accounts' posts considered defamation lawsuits. The family fractured completely. Most relatives cut contact with Marcus and Vanessa, unable to forgive such calculated cruelty toward Grandma. My parents were devastated that their children could do something so malicious. Family gatherings now happen without Marcus and Vanessa, who've been effectively exiled. Grandma has rebuilt her reputation and relationships in the community. People are more aware now of fake accounts and online impersonation. The community center even hosted a workshop about digital literacy and recognizing fake profiles, using Grandma's situation as a cautionary example. But the damage from those 8 months of isolation took an emotional toll. She's more cautious now, always worried that people might still believe those fake posts, that her reputation never fully recovered. Some family members think I should have handled it privately, instead of exposing Marcus and Vanessa at such a public community event. But they'd been publicly destroying Grandma's reputation for 8 months, using public platforms to damage her standing in public forums. The community dinner seemed like the appropriate venue to publicly clear her name and reveal the truth about who'd really been posting that hateful content. Grandma keeps screenshots of the apologies and welcoming messages she's received from community organizations, evidence that people now know the truth. The dinner that she'd been excluded from became the moment her name was cleared and her reputation restored. Marcus and Vanessa's attempt to bring her down ended up exposing their own cruelty and destroying their own standing in the community they'd tried to turn against her. I discovered my parents have been telling my grandfather we don't want to see him anymore. I, 26, have always had an incredibly close relationship with my grandfather Leonard, 75. Growing up, I spent every weekend at his house. He taught me woodworking, took me fishing, helped with homework, and was honestly more of a parent figure than my own sometimes distant father. Even after I moved to a city 2 hours away for work 4 years ago, I made it a point to visit Grandpa Leonard at least twice a month. We'd spend the day together working on projects in his workshop, and I treasured those visits. About a year ago, those visits started becoming difficult to arrange. When I'd call to plan a weekend visit, my dad would answer Grandpa's phone and say he was busy or wasn't feeling up to company. When I'd text Grandpa directly, I'd get short responses saying he was tired or had other plans. This was completely unlike him. He used to light up when I visited and would sometimes call me just to ask when I was coming next. I started to worry he was upset with me about something. My texts became less frequent as I got tired of feeling rejected. My younger brother Sam, 23, and sister Rachel, 21, reported similar experiences. Sam said he'd tried to visit for Grandpa's birthday, but was told Grandpa wanted a quiet day alone. Rachel mentioned she'd sent letters that went unanswered. We all began to feel like Grandpa had pulled away from us, and while it hurt, we tried to respect what we thought were his wishes. Last weekend, I was in Grandpa's town for a work meeting and decided to stop by his house on impulse, without calling ahead. When he opened the door, his face lit up with joy, and then immediately showed confusion. He pulled me into a huge hug and said, "I thought you kids didn't want to see me anymore. Your dad said you were all too busy with your lives now." I was stunned. I told him I'd been trying to visit for a year, but kept being told he was busy or didn't want company. Grandpa looked shocked and hurt. He said he'd been waiting for us to visit, wondering why we'd all stopped coming, assuming we'd outgrown him. He showed me his phone. There were no texts from me in his message history, no calls from Sam, nothing from Rachel. But we'd all been sending messages regularly. I pulled out my phone and showed him my text thread with his number. Dozens of messages from me over the past year, planning visits, asking how he was doing, sending photos. He'd never received any of them. We started investigating immediately. Grandpa's phone had been upgraded by my father about 18 months ago when Grandpa complained his old phone was dying. My dad had set everything up for him, saying he'd make sure all the contacts and settings were correct. What we discovered was that my dad had set up call forwarding and message filtering so that any communications from me, Sam, Rachel, or several other grandchildren were automatically diverted. When we called or texted Grandpa, the messages went to a separate phone my father controlled. He'd been intercepting everything, responding to us as if he were Grandpa, saying he was busy or didn't want visitors. Meanwhile, he told Grandpa that we'd all stopped reaching out, that we were too caught up in our own lives to bother with him anymore. I checked Grandpa's email on his tablet. Same situation. Filters had been set up so that emails from his grandchildren went to a folder he never checked, while my father monitored them and occasionally responded with cold, distant messages that made us think Grandpa had lost interest in us. Some of our heartfelt emails had been completely deleted before Grandpa ever saw them. We found evidence that my father had been doing this with physical mail too. Grandpa had a locking mailbox, but my father had a key in case of emergencies. He'd been taking cards and letters we'd sent, especially around holidays and birthdays. Grandpa thought we'd forgotten him. We thought he was ignoring us. My mother had been complicit in this too. When Sam had driven 2 hours for Grandpa's birthday last year, my mother had met him at the door before he could ring the bell, saying Grandpa was napping and had asked not to be disturbed. She'd turned Sam away while Grandpa sat inside alone, not knowing his grandson was mere feet away trying to see him. We interviewed other family members. My cousins Melissa and Tom reported identical experiences, being told Grandpa was too busy or tired for visits, their calls and messages going unanswered. Grandpa's sister, my great-aunt Joyce, said she'd noticed Grandpa seemed depressed lately, mentioning that his grandchildren had moved on with their lives. She hadn't realized we'd been actively trying to stay in touch. The pattern had been systematic for over a year. My father and mother had gradually isolated Grandpa from all of his grandchildren, creating a false narrative for both sides. They made us believe Grandpa didn't want us around anymore, while making Grandpa believe we'd abandoned him. The cruelty of it was breathtaking. They'd destroyed relationships on both sides through lies. When I asked my father directly about the call forwarding and message filters, he initially denied knowledge. When I showed him proof from the phone settings, he claimed he'd done it to protect Grandpa from being overwhelmed by our demands on his time. He said Grandpa was getting older and needed rest, not constant visits from grandchildren wanting his attention. This made no sense. Grandpa loved our visits and had never complained about being overwhelmed. I dug deeper and discovered the real reason. My parents had been planning to convince Grandpa to sign over power of attorney and eventually move into assisted living. They'd been telling potential facilities and attorneys that Grandpa's grandchildren had lost interest and that he was increasingly isolated without family support. They were building a case for why they needed to take control of his affairs. My father's company was hosting a major retirement party next month for several longtime employees, including my father, who'd worked there for 30 years. It was a big event with over 200 attendees, including family members, colleagues, and company leadership. My parents had been planning it for months and had specifically invited me, Sam, Rachel, and our cousins, talking about how important it was for family to be there to celebrate this milestone. Grandpa had not been invited. When I asked my mother about it, she said they didn't want to overwhelm him with a big event and he'd prefer to stay home. I asked Grandpa directly if he'd been invited to Dad's retirement party. He had no idea there even was a retirement party. He was hurt that his own son hadn't told him about this major life event. I coordinated with Sam, Rachel, Melissa, and Tom. We all confirmed we'd be attending the retirement party, but we made another plan. We picked up Grandpa on the day of the event, dressed him in his best suit, and brought him with us. When we arrived at the venue, my mother's face went white. My father looked panicked. During the program, after my father gave his retirement speech about family and legacy, I asked for the microphone. I explained to the 200 attendees that I wanted to share something about family values that was relevant to the celebration. Then, I revealed what my parents had been doing for over a year. I showed call logs proving that messages from grandchildren to Grandpa had been diverted to my father's separate phone. I displayed the message filters and email redirects that had been preventing Grandpa from receiving our communications. I shared testimonies from 5 grandchildren who'd all been told Grandpa didn't want to see them, while Grandpa sat alone thinking we'd abandoned him. I explained that my parents had systematically isolated their father from his grandchildren, lying to both generations to destroy those relationships. I showed the documentation they'd been preparing about Grandpa's isolation without family support, isolation they'd manufactured themselves, as justification for taking control of his affairs. Grandpa stood up and addressed the crowd himself. His voice was steady but emotional, as he explained how he'd spent a year believing his grandchildren had outgrown him, thinking he'd become a burden they no longer wanted to see. He said, discovering the truth, that we'd been trying to visit all along, that our calls and messages had been intercepted, was both heartbreaking and relieving. Heartbreaking because of the lost time, relieving because we hadn't actually abandoned him. My father tried to defend himself, claiming he was protecting Grandpa's health and well-being. Several of his colleagues looked disgusted. His boss, who'd known my father for decades, said quietly that he'd always thought family values were important to him, and this revelation was disturbing. My mother tried to leave, but other family members blocked her, demanding explanations. The retirement party that was supposed to celebrate my father's career became the moment his systematic cruelty toward his own father was exposed to everyone who knew him professionally. Several colleagues approached Grandpa afterward to apologize for not knowing what was happening and to say they were appalled by my parents' actions. Over the following weeks, my parents faced serious consequences. My father's company asked him to retire immediately rather than working through his planned notice period. They didn't want someone capable of such sustained deception representing them during the transition. Several family members cut contact entirely. Grandpa revoked the preliminary power of attorney paperwork my parents had convinced him to sign, explaining he'd only signed because he thought his grandchildren had abandoned him and he had no one else. We changed all of Grandpa's phone settings and gave him a new number that only trusted family members have. We set up a family group chat that my parents aren't part of, where we coordinate visits and share updates. Grandpa's calendar is now full of visits from grandchildren who are making up for the lost year. His house is alive again with the energy he'd missed, and he's back to his cheerful self. My parents maintain they were trying to help, that they were preventing Grandpa from being taken advantage of or worn out by demanding grandchildren. But the evidence shows they were the ones doing the taking advantage, creating isolation to justify control, lying to everyone involved, and stealing a year of relationships between a grandfather and his grandchildren. Some extended family members think I should have confronted my parents privately instead of exposing them at Dad's retirement party. But that party was a celebration of his legacy and values, attended by people who thought they knew his character. They deserved to know the truth about what kind of person was being celebrated. The event that was supposed to honor his career became the moment everyone learned what he was capable of doing to his own father. Grandpa keeps a copy of all the messages we'd sent that he never received, printed out and in a folder. It's his evidence that we never stopped caring, that we were trying to reach him all along. The year my parents stole from us can't be recovered, but at least now Grandpa knows the truth. His grandchildren never abandoned him, and we never will. I discovered my cousins have been selling my grandmother's handmade quilts as their own work. I, 30, have always admired my grandmother Rose's quilting skills. She's 77 and has been making beautiful quilts for over 50 years. It's her passion and her art. She spends months on each quilt, creating intricate patterns and designs that are absolutely stunning. She's always been generous with her work, giving quilts as gifts to family members for weddings, births, graduations, and other special occasions. Over the years, she's probably made over 100 quilts for various family members. Last month, I was browsing an online marketplace looking for handmade items when I came across a listing that made me stop scrolling. It was one of Grandma Rose's quilts. I recognized it immediately. A specific pattern she'd created featuring a garden scene with applique flowers that she'd spent 8 months working on. The listing described it as handmade by artist Sarah Mitchell and was priced at $2,800. Sarah Mitchell is my cousin's name. I clicked through to Sarah's shop profile and felt sick. There were dozens of quilts for sale, all of them Grandma's work. Each listing claimed Sarah had handmade them, described her artistic process, and charged premium prices ranging from $1,500 to $4,000. The shop had over 200 sales according to its history. Sarah had been selling Grandma's quilts online for what looked like at least 2 years. I did more searching and found another shop run by my cousin Jennifer. Same situation, Grandma's quilts being sold as Jennifer's original work, prices between $2,000 and $3,500, hundreds of completed sales. Then I found a third shop belonging to my cousin Mark and his wife. They'd even created a whole brand identity around their handcrafted heirloom quilts using Grandma's work. I went to visit Grandma and asked her about the quilts she'd been making lately. She showed me her current project and talked about how she'd been so busy lately because the kids kept asking for more quilts. She thought Sarah, Jennifer, and Mark had developed a sudden appreciation for traditional quilting and wanted pieces for their homes and as gifts for their friends. She was happy they valued her work and had been working overtime to keep up with their requests, sometimes finishing a quilt every 3 or 4 weeks instead of her usual pace. Grandma had no idea her quilts were being sold. She'd been giving them freely to her grandchildren, believing they were being cherished and used, not knowing they were immediately being photographed, listed online, and sold for thousands of dollars each. I started documenting everything. I screenshot every listing from all 3 online shops, noting prices, descriptions, and dates sold. I calculated that between the 3 of them, my cousins had sold over $300,000 worth of Grandma's quilts in the past 2 to 3 years. They'd built entire businesses on her work while she lived on a modest fixed income, spending her own limited funds on materials to make more quilts for them. I looked through their social media accounts. Sarah had posted photos of herself at craft fairs with Grandma's quilts displayed, taking orders and acting as the artist. Jennifer had done interviews with local craft blogs talking about her quilting journey and artistic vision, all describing Grandma's techniques and style as her own. Mark and his wife had appeared on a local morning show segment about small businesses, discussing their handmade quilt business while standing in front of Grandma's work. They'd been lying to everyone. Customers who thought they were buying from the actual artist, media who featured them as quilting artisans, craft fair organizers who gave them vendor spots, and most importantly, Grandma herself. They'd exploited her generosity and her trust, turning her gifts into their profit while letting her believe her grandchildren simply appreciated traditional crafts. I contacted some of the customers who'd left reviews on the shops. Several people responded and were horrified to learn the quilts weren't actually made by the sellers. One woman had paid $3,200 for a quilt she believed was made by Sarah, and she'd specifically chosen to buy from a young quilting artist to support her craft. Learning it was actually made by an elderly woman who received nothing was devastating to her. I found records showing Sarah had even won a local craft fair award for Best Handmade Textile, using one of Grandma's quilts. Jennifer had been accepted into a prestigious craft collective based on portfolio photos of Grandma's work. They'd received recognition, opportunities, and money based entirely on Grandma's skill and labor, while she remained unknown and uncompensated. When I told Grandma what I'd discovered, she didn't believe me at first. She couldn't imagine her grandchildren would do something like that. I showed her the listings, the prices, the sales histories, the interviews where they claimed to be the quilters. I showed her Sarah's award certificate for Grandma's quilt. I showed her Jennifer's craft collective portfolio featuring Grandma's work described as Jennifer's creations. Grandma cried. Not just because of the money, though $300,000 was more than she'd earned in years of her own work before retiring. She cried because her grandchildren had lied to her, used her, treated her art as their product. She'd poured love and skill into every quilt, believing they were gifts for family, not merchandise for profit. The betrayal of that trust hurt more than the financial theft. We went through her records and found she'd made over 40 quilts in the past 2 years for these 3 cousins alone, far more than for any other family members. They'd been specifically targeting her with requests, knowing each quilt they could get from her was worth thousands of dollars in sales. They'd manipulated her productivity and generosity. The local craft community was hosting a big artisan showcase next month, a huge event with over 100 vendors and thousands of attendees. It was the biggest craft fair of the year in our region. I discovered that all 3 of my cousins had vendor booths reserved at this showcase. They'd be selling Grandma's quilts, taking orders, and presenting themselves as the artists behind the work. I contacted the showcase organizers and explained the situation, showing them evidence that the quilts being sold by Sarah Mitchell, Jennifer Harrison, and Mark Foster were actually made by Rose Porter, a 77-year-old quilter who they'd been exploiting. The organizers were appalled and offered Grandma a vendor booth of her own, free of charge, in a prominent location. Grandma was nervous but agreed. We set up her booth with her quilts, ones she'd been making for herself and had never planned to sell. We created display signs with her name, her story, and examples of her work. We also created a large poster showing screenshots of my cousin's online shops, with Grandma's quilts being sold as their work, the prices they'd charged, and the false claims they'd made about being the artists. The day of the showcase, the venue was packed. My cousins set up their booths proudly, displaying Grandma's quilts they'd recently obtained from her. They had professional signs and marketing materials, presenting themselves as skilled quilters. Sarah's booth even had her craft fair award displayed prominently. I walked Grandma to her booth, which was positioned in a central location with heavy foot traffic. Her sign read, "Rose Porter, the real quilter behind the Mitchell, Harrison, and Foster brands." The poster with evidence of my cousin's theft was displayed prominently. Within minutes, people started gathering, reading the information, and looking toward my cousin's booths with shock. Word spread quickly through the venue. Customers who'd previously bought quilts from my cousins came to Grandma's booth asking if it was true. She confirmed sadly that yes, those were her quilts they'd purchased. Some people were angry at my cousins. Others felt foolish for being deceived. The craft fair organizers made an announcement about the situation, explaining that vendors Mitchell, Harrison, and Foster had been selling work that was not their own. My cousins tried to defend themselves. Sarah claimed it was a collaboration, and she'd helped with some aspects of the quilts, which was completely false. Jennifer said Grandma had given her permission to sell them, twisting the truth. Grandma had given her the quilts as gifts, not as inventory. Mark tried to say it was all a misunderstanding, but the evidence was overwhelming and public. The organizers revoked their vendor privileges and demanded they leave the showcase immediately. They were escorted out, while other vendors and attendees watched. Several customers who'd bought from them demanded refunds. Local craft bloggers who'd featured them posted retractions. The craft collective Jennifer had joined expelled her for misrepresenting her work. Grandma stayed at the showcase and actually sold 3 of her own quilts to people who wanted to buy directly from the true artist. More importantly, she received recognition for her skill and artistry from people who appreciated her work. Several vendors came by to express their admiration and anger at what had been done to her. In the weeks following, my cousins faced more consequences. Their online shops were shut down after multiple customers reported them for fraud. Some customers sued for refunds. The local craft community blacklisted them from events. They lost the income they'd been making from Grandma's work and the reputations they'd falsely built. Some family members think I went too far by exposing them so publicly at the showcase. But my cousins had been publicly selling Grandma's work as their own for years, receiving public recognition and awards for her art. They'd built false public identities as quilting artists. The public exposure seemed appropriate for their public fraud. Grandma has started selling some of her quilts now, for herself, with proper credit and fair compensation. She's been featured in a local newspaper article about elder exploitation in the craft community. She's teaching quilting classes at a community center where people appreciate learning from the actual artist. But she's more cautious now about giving gifts to family, and the relationship with those 3 grandchildren is permanently broken. The money they made from her work is largely gone, spent on their lifestyles while Grandma lived modestly. The recognition they received was built on lies. The craft fair that was supposed to be their biggest sales opportunity became the moment everyone learned the truth about whose hands actually created those beautiful quilts. I discovered my siblings have been sabotaging my grandmother's garden to force her off her property. I, 32, have always admired my grandmother Evelyn's green thumb. She's 74 and has maintained a spectacular garden for 45 years on her 3-acre property. Her garden is legendary in our region. She's won countless gardening competitions. Her roses have been featured in gardening magazines, and people drive by just to admire her seasonal displays. Gardening isn't just her hobby, it's her identity and her pride. 4 months ago, Grandma Evelyn called me in tears, saying something was wrong with her garden, and she couldn't understand what was happening. Her prized rose bushes that had bloomed beautifully for decades were dying. Her vegetable garden, which reliably produced prize-winning tomatoes, was yielding stunted, diseased plants. Perennials that came back year after year were failing. She was devastated, wondering if she'd somehow lost her touch, or if she was doing something wrong after all these years. I visited to help assess the situation. What I saw was shocking. Plants that should have been thriving were struggling or dead. But the pattern was strange. It wasn't consistent with disease, pests, or environmental factors. Some plants in one section would be dying while identical plants just feet away were fine. Grandma's meticulous garden journal showed she was doing everything right. Proper watering, fertilizing, and care. But plants were failing anyway. She mentioned that my Uncle Brian and Aunt Leslie had been helping her with the garden over the past 6 months, offering to do some of the heavier work since she was getting older. She'd been grateful for their help and had given them access to her garden shed where she kept tools, fertilizers, and supplies. They'd visit when she was out shopping or at church, doing work while she was away. Last week, I was visiting when I noticed something odd. A section of Grandma's famous hybrid tea roses had been dug up and replaced. The new plants were different varieties entirely. I could tell by the leaf pattern and growth habit, though they'd been planted to roughly match the mature size of what should have been there. When I pointed this out to Grandma, she looked confused and said those roses had been there for 15 years. But they clearly hadn't. I started investigating the garden more carefully. I took photos and compared them to pictures from Grandma's decades of garden documentation. Multiple plants had been secretly replaced with inferior or diseased specimens. Her heirloom tomatoes, seeds she'd saved and cultivated for 20 years, had been swapped out with disease-prone commercial varieties that were failing. Rose bushes that had been healthy were replaced with similar-looking plants that had root problems. I installed a hidden camera in the garden shed facing the main garden beds. Within 3 days, I caught Brian and Leslie on video. They'd arrive when Grandma was at her weekly church service, bring plants and tools, and systematically sabotage her garden. They'd dig up healthy plants and replace them with sick or inferior ones. They'd spray herbicide on specific plants disguised as watering. They'd introduce pests and disease deliberately. One video showed Leslie replacing Grandma's carefully labeled heirloom seed packets with generic seeds while keeping the original labels, ensuring whatever Grandma planted from those packets wouldn't be what she expected. Another showed Brian pouring something from an unmarked bottle onto the roots of Grandma's prized roses. I later had the bottle tested, and it was concentrated salt solution designed to kill plants. I discovered their motivation through texts between them. Grandma's property was in a rapidly developing area. Real estate developers had approached the family about purchasing the land. It was worth over $1 million for development, though Grandma had always refused to sell because she loved her home and garden. Brian and Leslie had been pressuring her to sell for years without success. Their plan was to destroy her confidence in her gardening abilities. If they could make her believe she was losing her skills, that she could no longer maintain the property, that her famous garden was dying under her care, they could convince her she needed to sell and move somewhere easier to manage. They'd been systematically sabotaging her garden while expressing concern about her declining abilities to the rest of the family. I found emails where Brian had been communicating with a developer, saying he was working on convincing Mom to sell and asking about commission percentages for family members who helped facilitate the sale. Leslie had been telling relatives that Grandma's garden was failing because she's just getting too old to manage the property properly, seeding the narrative that selling was the logical next step. The scope of damage was extensive. Plants that had taken Grandma decades to cultivate were destroyed. Award-winning specimens she'd carefully developed were replaced with diseased stock. Her heirloom seeds, irreplaceable genetics she'd been saving for years, were swapped with commercial varieties. They'd been destroying her life's work while making her think she'd lost the abilities that defined her. The emotional toll was worse than the physical damage. Grandma had started questioning everything about herself. If she'd lost her gardening skills, what else was failing? Maybe she was becoming incompetent in other ways. Maybe Brian and Leslie were right that she couldn't manage the property. The sabotage was designed not just to destroy her garden, but to destroy her confidence and her sense of self. The regional garden show was happening next month, the biggest horticultural event of the year, with over 2,000 attendees, including gardening clubs, landscape professionals, and media. Grandma Evelyn had been a featured exhibitor for 20 years, known for her spectacular rose displays. This year, Brian and Leslie had convinced her not to enter, saying her garden wasn't up to her usual standards, and she'd be embarrassed by the comparison to her past glories. I contacted the show organizers and explained what had been happening. They were horrified and immediately invited Grandma to participate with a special presentation about the sabotage. I helped her prepare, gathering the hidden camera footage, the evidence of plant replacement. The documentation showing her garden's decline matched exactly with Brian and Leslie's helping timeline. We also worked with a local nursery to obtain replacement plants for some of what had been destroyed. Garden clubs in the area, hearing what happened, donated heirloom plants and rare specimens to help rebuild her collection. The gardening community rallied to support one of their most respected members. The day of the garden show, Brian and Leslie attended as they had for years, though Grandma hadn't competed this time, per their advice. During the award ceremony, Grandma was called to the stage, not for an award, but to address the audience about something important affecting the gardening community. She explained what had been happening to her garden over the past 6 months, the mysterious failures, the dying plants, her lost confidence. Then she revealed it wasn't her declining skills, but deliberate sabotage by her own children. She played the hidden camera footage on the massive screens throughout the venue. The audience watched Brian and Leslie systematically destroying Grandma's garden, replacing healthy plants with diseased ones, pouring salt solution on prize roses, swapping heirloom seeds, spraying herbicide disguised as care. The evidence was undeniable and shocking. Several master gardeners in the audience gasped, recognizing some of the destroyed plants as rare specimens. Grandma displayed the text messages and emails showing Brian and Leslie's real motivation. Not concern for their elderly mother's abilities, but greed for the property value. She showed Brian's communications with developers discussing commission for facilitating a sale. She revealed they'd been telling the family she was declining mentally and physically, based entirely on the garden they were sabotaging. Brian and Leslie tried to leave, but were blocked by other attendees demanding explanations. Several people in the audience had been told by them that Grandma's skills were failing with age, now understanding it was manufactured evidence to support their scheme. The show organizers publicly condemned the sabotage and announced Grandma would be featured in their next show's special exhibit about garden restoration. Over the following weeks, the regional gardening community expressed outrage. Brian and Leslie were removed from the local garden club they'd belonged to. Nurseries they'd purchased plants from for the sabotage banned them after learning what those plants were used for. The developer they'd been negotiating with dropped all contact once the story became public. The family sided overwhelmingly with Grandma. Most relatives cut ties with Brian and Leslie, disgusted that they'd destroy their mother's life's work for property profit. Some extended family helped Grandma with garden restoration, replacing what had been sabotaged with donations from the wider gardening community. Grandma is rebuilding her garden with support from gardeners across the region. Her confidence is returning as she realizes her skills never declined. She was being actively undermined. The property will never be sold. She's added a fence and security cameras and changed all her locks. Brian and Leslie no longer have access. Some think Grandma should have confronted them privately instead of at the garden show, But that show was where Brian and Leslie expected her to be absent due to shame over her declining garden. Revealing the truth there, in front of the community that knew her work and respected her skills, seemed appropriate. The garden show, where Grandma was supposed to be too embarrassed to appear, became the moment everyone learned her declining garden was the result of sabotage by children who valued property prices over their mother's life's work. The garden that was supposed to fail enough to justify forcing a sale is being restored, and Brian and Leslie have lost access to both the property and their mother's trust. The life's work they tried to destroy is being rebuilt, plant by plant, with help from a community that refuses to let greed triumph over gardening mastery. I discovered my siblings have been fabricating stories about what my grandfather said. I, 31, have noticed increasing tension in my family over the past few years. Various relatives would be upset with my grandfather, Frank, 79, claiming he'd said hurtful things about them. My grandfather has always been gentle and kind, so these accusations seemed out of character. But they kept happening, and relationships in our family were fracturing because of them. 2 months ago, my cousin Melissa stopped speaking to Grandpa entirely after my brother Jake told her that Grandpa had said her new business was a foolish waste of time that would fail within a year. Melissa was devastated. She'd been so excited to share her business plans with Grandpa, and hearing he'd criticized it so harshly broke her heart. When I visited Grandpa the following week, I casually mentioned Melissa's business. His face lit up, and he asked how the launch was going, said he'd been wanting to call her to hear all about it, but hadn't heard from her in weeks. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. I asked Grandpa directly what he thought about Melissa's business idea. He spent 10 minutes excitedly discussing it, how proud he was of her, how he wished he'd had that kind of entrepreneurial courage at her age. He asked if she needed any advice or connections, said he'd love to help however he could. This was the opposite of what Jake claimed he'd said. I decided to investigate. I called my Aunt Carol, who'd been angry at Grandpa for months after my sister Emma told her that Grandpa said Carol's new boyfriend was trashy and unworthy of the family. When I asked Grandpa about Carol's boyfriend Mark, he said he'd only met him briefly at a family barbecue, but he seemed nice, made Carol happy, which was all that mattered. Grandpa had no memory of saying anything negative about Mark, and his reaction suggested he genuinely hadn't. I started keeping track. Every time I heard about Grandpa supposedly saying something hurtful, I'd visit him and bring up the topic naturally. Every single time, Grandpa's actual opinion was either neutral, positive, or non-existent. He hadn't said any of the cruel things he was being accused of. Someone was making up quotes and attributing them to him, and it was destroying his relationships with family members one by one. I began documenting everything systematically. I created a spreadsheet with 3 columns: what Grandpa allegedly said according to family members, who told the family member this quote, and what Grandpa actually said when I asked him directly. The pattern became undeniable. My siblings, Jake, Emma, and my younger brother Tyler, were the ones spreading these false quotes. They were making up cruel statements, attributing them to Grandpa, and using them to create drama throughout the family. Over the past 3 years, they'd manufactured over 30 different incidents. Grandpa allegedly said my uncle's career choice was embarrassing for the family. He supposedly told someone that my cousin's wife was gold-digging trash. He apparently said my aunt's weight gain was disgusting to look at. He'd allegedly called my cousin's adopted children not real family. None of it was true. I verified every single claim by talking to Grandpa, and he was horrified by what he was being accused of saying. The motivations became clearer as I investigated. My brother Jake had been angry at Grandpa for years over something petty. Grandpa had missed Jake's college graduation because he was hospitalized with pneumonia. Jake took it personally, and apparently decided to make Grandpa's life difficult in return. Emma resented that Grandpa had a close relationship with me and our cousin Melissa, feeling like he favored us. Tyler seemed to just go along with whatever Jake and Emma were doing, participating in the lie because his older siblings did. But the worst part was discovering how systematic this was. My siblings had a group chat where they coordinated their stories. I only found out because Tyler's wife Jessica felt guilty and showed me screenshots. They would plan who would approach which family member with a fake grandpa quote, timing it for maximum impact. When Melissa was about to launch her business, that's when Jake told her grandpa had called it foolish. When Carol introduced her new boyfriend, Emma immediately warned her about grandpa's harsh opinion. They were weaponizing grandpa's voice and reputation to manipulate family dynamics. If they wanted someone excluded from gatherings, they'd spread a rumor that grandpa had said something terrible about them, knowing most people wouldn't confront an elderly man directly. If they wanted to cause conflict between family members, they'd claim grandpa had said things about one person to another. I found evidence that they'd driven away several of grandpa's friendships too. They told his church friends that grandpa had said he found their Bible study boring and was only attending out of obligation. They told his poker buddies that grandpa thought they were wasting his time. In each case, the friends distanced themselves, hurt by what they thought grandpa said, while grandpa couldn't understand why people were suddenly cold toward him. The scope was devastating. Grandpa had gone from being surrounded by loving family and friends to being increasingly isolated, with people avoiding him or being cool and distant. He thought people were just busy, or that he'd somehow offended them without meaning to. He'd apologized multiple times for things he didn't actually do, confused about what he'd supposedly said wrong. My siblings had gaslit him and the entire family for years. My siblings were planning a big celebration for Grandpa's 80th birthday next month. They'd rented a venue, invited over 80 people, and were coordinating a roast and toast event where family members would share funny stories and memories about Grandpa. They'd positioned themselves as the loving grandchildren organizing this elaborate celebration. The irony was sickening, considering they'd spent 3 years destroying his reputation and relationships. I told them I wanted to contribute a video presentation showing Grandpa's impact on the family over the years. They loved the idea and gave me full access to the venue's AV system. I spent 3 weeks creating a comprehensive presentation documenting their campaign of lies. The night of the party, the venue was packed. Grandpa was happy, but I could see the sadness behind his smile as he noticed which family members were keeping their distance or being merely polite instead of warm. My siblings gave speeches about how much they loved him, how important family was, how this celebration honored everything Grandpa meant to them. Then my video presentation started. It opened with a title, "The Truth About What Grandpa Really Said." I displayed the spreadsheet I'd created on large screens throughout the venue. 30+ alleged quotes from Grandpa on one side, his actual words and opinions on the other side, and most importantly, which sibling had spread each false quote. Grandpa said Melissa's business was foolish and would fail. Source: Jake. Reality: Grandpa was excited and proud, offered to help however he could. Grandpa said Carol's boyfriend was trashy. Source: Emma. Reality: Grandpa barely knew him, but thought he seemed nice and made Carol happy. Grandpa called the adopted kids not real family. Source: Jake. Reality: Grandpa had never said anything but loving things about his great-grandchildren and was hurt by the accusation. One by one, every lie displayed publicly with evidence. I showed screenshots from my siblings' group chat where they coordinated their stories. I played recordings of my conversations with Grandpa where he expressed confusion about why people were upset with him, sadness about fractured relationships, genuine care for the family members he'd allegedly insulted. The venue went completely silent except for gasps and whispers. Family members who'd been cold to Grandpa for months or years realized they'd been manipulated. Melissa started crying. Carol looked furious. The cousin whose adopted children had been insulted in the fake quote looked devastated and then enraged. My siblings tried to defend themselves, claiming they were misunderstood or that I'd taken things out of context. But I had their own words from their group chat planning these lies. I had testimony from Tyler's wife, Jessica, confirming the systematic nature of their deception. I had recordings of Grandpa's actual kind words contradicting every cruel statement attributed to him. Grandpa sat there with tears streaming down his face, finally understanding why so many relationships had soured. It wasn't because he'd said hurtful things. It was because his own grandchildren had been framing him for years. Family members rushed to him apologizing, explaining they never would have distanced themselves if they'd known the truth. The birthday celebration turned into a reckoning. My siblings were confronted by dozens of angry relatives demanding explanations. Jake tried to claim it started as a joke that got out of hand. Emma said something about wanting attention and feeling neglected. Tyler admitted he just went along with it without thinking about the consequences. None of their excuses justified 3 years of systematic manipulation and lies. Multiple relatives cut contact with my siblings that night. Others demanded they leave the party immediately. The celebration they'd planned became the event where their cruelty was exposed to everyone they'd manipulated. Over the following weeks, family members reached back out to Grandpa, rebuilding relationships that my siblings had nearly destroyed with their lies. Grandpa's church friends learned the truth and welcomed him back warmly. His poker buddies apologized for believing he'd said those things. Family members who'd been avoiding him for manufactured reasons reconnected. But the damage from those 3 years of isolation and gaslighting will take time to fully heal. My siblings have been essentially ostracized from the family. Most relatives refuse to speak to them or include them in gatherings. My parents are devastated, struggling to understand how their children could do something so cruel to their own grandfather. Jake, Emma, and Tyler have each tried reaching out to me, claiming I ruined their lives by exposing them. But they ruined Grandpa's relationships and reputation for years without remorse. Some people think I should have confronted my siblings privately instead of exposing them at Grandpa's birthday party. But they'd been operating in private for 3 years, using private conversations to spread their lies. They'd positioned themselves as loving grandchildren while systematically destroying his social life. The public celebration they'd planned seemed like the perfect moment for public accountability. Grandpa is doing better now, surrounded by family members who understand what really happened. But he sometimes hesitates before sharing opinions, worried his words will be twisted against him again. The trust that was broken by his own grandchildren's betrayal will take time to rebuild. The birthday party that was supposed to honor him became the moment everyone learned the truth. And while the revelation was painful, at least now his relationships can heal based on reality instead of manufactured lies. I discovered my family has been fabricating incidents to claim my grandmother is dangerous. I, 28, have noticed something disturbing happening with my grandmother Alice, 71, over the past year. She's always been an animal lover, keeping several rescue cats and a gentle old dog named Murphy. She's also been incredibly close with her great-grandchildren, my cousin's kids, who adore spending time at her house. But recently, family members have been restricting her contact with both the pets and the children, claiming there have been incidents that make it unsafe. It started when my Aunt Linda told the family that Grandma Alice had accidentally left her back door open and one of the cats had gotten out and been missing for hours. Linda said it showed Grandma was becoming forgetful and couldn't be trusted to care for animals properly. Then, my Uncle Steve reported that he'd visited and found Murphy looking neglected and thin, suggesting Grandma wasn't feeding him adequately. My cousin Jennifer claimed she'd picked up her daughter from Grandma's house and found the child with a bruise, with Grandma unable to explain how it happened. Each incident was described secondhand. I never witnessed any of them myself, but family members spoke about them with concern and certainty. The narrative built gradually. Grandma was becoming careless, potentially dangerous to vulnerable creatures and children. People who hadn't seen these incidents themselves began treating them as established facts. Within 6 months, Linda and Steve had convinced most of the family that Grandma needed supervision and shouldn't be alone with pets or young children. Last month, the family decided collectively that Grandma should rehome her cats and that Murphy should live with my Uncle Steve for his own safety. They also established a rule that Grandma could only see her great-grandchildren during supervised family gatherings, not alone at her house like she'd done for years. Grandma was devastated but felt pressured to comply, believing she must actually be becoming dangerously negligent if everyone was so concerned. I visited Grandma after Murphy was taken away. She was crying, surrounded by photos of her pets and great-grandchildren. She kept saying she didn't understand what she'd done wrong, that she couldn't remember the incidents everyone described. She said Murphy had never been thin. She was always careful with her door locks, and she would never let a child get hurt in her care. But everyone seemed so certain these things had happened that she was questioning her own memory and competence. Something felt wrong about the whole situation. Grandma's mind was sharp. Her house was always clean and well-maintained, and I'd personally seen how carefully she cared for her animals. I decided to investigate. I started by visiting the vet who'd treated Grandma's pets for over a decade. I asked if there had been any concerns about neglect or malnutrition, particularly with Murphy. The vet was confused by the question and pulled up Murphy's records. The dog had been at a healthy weight at his last checkup 3 weeks ago, well fed and well cared for. There were no neglect concerns in any of the pet's medical records, ever. I spoke with Grandma's neighbors who I'd known since childhood. They confirmed they'd never seen the cats loose or distressed. One neighbor mentioned she'd actually seen my Aunt Linda at Grandma's house when Grandma wasn't home several months ago, which seemed odd since Linda lived 40 minutes away and wouldn't normally visit when she knew Grandma was out. I asked my cousin Jennifer directly about the bruise incident with her daughter. She seemed uncomfortable and eventually admitted she hadn't actually seen a bruise at Grandma's house. Her daughter had come home with a small mark from playing at school, and Linda had later suggested it might have happened at Grandma's, planting the idea that Jennifer confirmed without really remembering clearly. Jennifer had then repeated the story as fact because Linda said it was important to document concerning patterns. I checked Grandma's house for the supposedly faulty back door lock. It worked perfectly and had a deadbolt that required deliberate effort to unlock. The cats were indoor cats who were nervous around open doors anyway. The idea that they'd bolt outside given the chance didn't match their personalities at all. I discovered that Linda had been taking photos during her visits to Grandma's house, carefully staging shots that could be misinterpreted. A photo of Murphy resting peacefully was described as him being lethargic and sick. A picture of Grandma's medication on her kitchen counter was presented as evidence she was confused about her pills and leaving them where children could reach them, even though Grandma always kept her pills in that spot on a high shelf, and the photo angle made it look more accessible than it was. Steve had been collecting random, concerning observations during his visits and reporting them to the family group chat without context. Mom's house smells like cat litter, because she'd just cleaned the litter boxes. Mom seems confused about what day it is, because she'd casually said, "Feels like a Monday," on a Tuesday, a common figure of speech. Murphy isn't responding to commands. Murphy was 13 years old and slightly deaf. I found the family group chat where Linda and Steve coordinated their campaign. They'd been deliberately creating and exaggerating incidents for over a year. Linda wrote, "We need to establish a pattern of concerning behavior before we can make major changes. Everyone needs to be watching for incidents we can document." Steve responded, "I'll take photos next time I visit. Focus on anything that could look problematic." The motivation became clear through their messages. They wanted Grandma to move into assisted living so they could have her house, which she'd lived in for 40 years. They believed they were entitled to her property and saw her independence as an obstacle. By making her seem incompetent with pets and children, they could justify restricting her life and eventually moving her out of her home for her own good. Linda was hosting a big family reunion next month at her house, the first gathering of the entire extended family in 2 years. Over 60 people were invited, including relatives from out of state who hadn't seen Grandma in a while. Linda and Steve had been planning to use this reunion to make a formal announcement about Grandma's declining capabilities and their proposal that she move into a care facility. I helped Grandma prepare a presentation of her own. We gathered Murphy's veterinary records showing his healthy weight and good care. We got written statements from her neighbors confirming the cats were never loose and the house was well maintained. We compiled the truth about the bruise incident from Jennifer's actual memory versus Linda's suggested narrative. We collected screenshots from the family group chat showing Linda and Steve's coordination and their real motives. The day of the reunion, the family gathered expecting a celebration. After lunch, Linda asked for everyone's attention and began her prepared speech about difficult family decisions and Grandma's care needs. She displayed photos showing Grandma's supposedly declining standards, the staged medication photo, the picture of Murphy that she described as showing neglect, images of cats she claimed proved Grandma couldn't manage them. Then, Grandma stood up and asked if she could respond. She presented the veterinary records on Linda's TV screen, showing Murphy and the cats had been healthy and well cared for. She showed the actual layout of her medication storage versus Linda's deceptive photo angle. She played the video of her back door lock working perfectly, contradicting the story about cats escaping. Most damning, she showed screenshots from Linda and Steve's group chat, planning their campaign to fabricate concerns. Messages about establishing a pattern, about documenting incidents we can use, about wanting Grandma out of her house so they could have the property. Their own words proved they'd been systematically lying to the family for over a year. The room erupted. Family members who'd believed the concerning incidents realized they'd been manipulated. Relatives from out of state who'd been told Grandma was declining were shocked to see her sharp, articulate, and clearly victimized by her own children. My cousin Jennifer stood up and apologized for letting Linda plant the false bruise story, admitting she'd been unsure, but Linda had pressured her to confirm it. Linda tried to defend herself, saying she was genuinely concerned and maybe misremembered some details. But the group chat messages were clear. This was a calculated campaign, not honest concern. Steve claimed they just wanted what was best for Grandma, but multiple relatives pointed out the messages about wanting her house proved their real motivation. The vet records were particularly damning, since Steve had been telling everyone Murphy was neglected and thin. Multiple family members demanded to know why Steve had taken a healthy, well-cared-for dog from his elderly mother based on lies. Murphy came home to Grandma that night. Her cats, who'd been in temporary homes with relatives, returned within the week. The restrictions on seeing her great-grandchildren were lifted immediately. Linda and Steve were confronted by most of the family and essentially ostracized from family events going forward. Several relatives apologized to Grandma for believing the fabricated incidents without verifying them themselves. They admitted they should have been more skeptical and visited to see the situation firsthand rather than trusting secondhand reports. Linda and Steve's plan to move Grandma out of her house failed completely. Instead, multiple family members now check in on Grandma regularly, not for supervision, but to prevent Linda and Steve from trying anything like this again. The family reunion that was supposed to be the moment they convinced everyone to move Grandma into care became the moment everyone learned how they'd been systematically lying. Grandma is back to her normal life with her beloved pets and regular visits from great-grandchildren who were never in any danger. She's more cautious now about who has access to her home and her life, having learned that even children can betray parental trust for selfish reasons. The campaign that took a year to build was destroyed in one presentation, and Linda and Steve lost their relationships with most of the family by trying to steal their mother's independence and home. I discovered my family has been ghostwriting my grandmother's advice column without her knowing. I, 29, have always been proud that my grandmother Dorothy, 72, writes Ask Dorothy, a beloved advice column in our local newspaper. She's been writing it for 18 years, and her practical, warm, and sometimes blunt advice has made her a community fixture. People recognize her at the grocery store and thank her for her wisdom. She takes the column seriously, spending hours each week carefully considering readers' problems and crafting thoughtful responses. 2 months ago, I was reading the Sunday paper when I came across Grandma Dorothy's column. The advice seemed off, more generic, less personal, missing her characteristic style. She usually included little anecdotes from her own life or references to her Italian upbringing. This response was competent but bland, like something generated by an AI rather than written by someone with 72 years of lived experience. I mentioned it to Grandma when I visited. She looked confused and asked what I meant. I described the advice in that week's column. She insisted that wasn't what she'd written at all. Her response to that particular letter had included a story about her grandmother and had been much longer. She pulled out her notebook where she drafts responses in her careful handwriting. What she'd written was completely different from what had been published. I pulled up the online archive of her column going back several months. We read through them together, and Grandma kept saying, "That's not what I wrote," or "I would never say it that way." The published columns were maintaining her general voice, but losing her specific wisdom, personal touches, and authentic perspective. Someone had been rewriting her work before publication. Grandma explained that for the past year, my Aunt Diane and Cousin Rachel had been helping her with the column. She'd write her responses by hand, and they'd type them up and email them to the newspaper editor, since Grandma wasn't comfortable with email. She'd been grateful for their help with the technical side, trusting they were faithfully transcribing her words. I asked to see Grandma's handwritten responses from the past few months. We compared them to what had been published. Every single column had been substantially rewritten. Her personal stories were removed and replaced with generic advice. Her specific, nuanced responses were simplified into bullet points. Her warm, conversational tone was replaced with professional but impersonal language. A letter from a mother struggling with her adult daughter's choices had prompted Grandma to write a beautiful response about respecting your children's paths, even when they differ from your dreams, including a personal story about accepting her own daughter's divorce. What was published instead was a list of communication strategies that could have come from any parenting website. Her wisdom and experience had been stripped out and replaced with generic content. I found that Diane and Rachel had been gradually taking over the column. At first, they'd made small edits, improving clarity or tightening the word count. Over months, the edits became more extensive, until they were essentially writing the column themselves, just maintaining enough of Grandma's voice to make it seem authentic. Grandma's actual writing was being discarded, while Diane and Rachel submitted their own responses under her name. I contacted the newspaper editor directly, introducing myself as Dorothy's granddaughter. I asked if they'd noticed any changes in the column's quality or style. The editor admitted they had noticed the writing seemed more polished but less personal over the past year, but they'd assumed Dorothy was just evolving her approach, or perhaps letting an assistant help with drafting. I discovered Diane and Rachel's motivation through their social media. Rachel had been building a career as a life coach and was using the column as a portfolio piece. She'd been telling potential clients that she contributes to a widely read advice column without mentioning she was ghostwriting under someone else's name. Diane had been collecting the published columns and was planning to pitch a book deal based on Dorothy's advice, intending to write the book herself while crediting Grandma. They'd been mining Grandma's reputation and audience to launch their own ventures. The column that Grandma had built over 18 years through authentic, hard-earned wisdom was being used as a platform for Rachel's coaching business and Diane's book ambitions. Grandma was being reduced to a name and byline, while her actual voice was silenced. The newspaper published Ask Dorothy with a small bio and photo. Readers trusted they were getting Dorothy Henderson's genuine advice, not knowing they were actually reading rewritten responses from family members using her credibility. The authenticity that made the column beloved was being systematically replaced with generic content while Grandma remained unaware. The newspaper was hosting its 150th anniversary celebration next month, a major event with over 500 attendees, including longtime readers, community leaders, and media. Ask Dorothy was being honored as one of the paper's longest-running and most beloved columns. Grandma was scheduled to receive an award for her 18 years of service, with Diane and Rachel planning to accompany her as her support team who helped produce the column. I showed Grandma the full extent of what was happening, the comparison between her actual writing and what was being published, Rachel's use of the column for her coaching business, Diane's book plans. Grandma was devastated. She'd been pouring her heart into responses that were being thrown away and replaced with someone else's words, all while she believed her wisdom was reaching readers who needed it. I worked with Grandma and the newspaper editor to prepare for the celebration. We compiled side-by-side examples of Grandma's original handwritten responses and the rewritten versions that had been published. We documented the timeline, showing when Diane and Rachel took over helping and when the column's authentic voice began disappearing. The night of the celebration, the ballroom was filled with readers who'd followed Ask Dorothy for years. Diane and Rachel sat proudly with Grandma at the honored columnist's table. During the program, Grandma was called up to receive her award for 18 years of advice writing. She accepted the award and thanked the newspaper. Then, she said she needed to share something important about authenticity in advice columns. She explained that, for the past year, the words published under her name weren't actually hers. She displayed her handwritten responses on screens throughout the venue, next to what had been published, showing how her personal, experience-based wisdom had been replaced with generic advice. She read from one of her original responses, a heartfelt letter to a widower about navigating grief, including details from her own experience losing her husband. Then she read what had been published instead, a bulleted list of coping strategies that could have been copied from any grief pamphlet. The difference between authentic wisdom and generic content was stark. Grandma revealed that her daughter Diane and granddaughter Rachel had been ghostwriting the column, systematically replacing her responses while she believed her words were being faithfully transcribed. She showed Rachel's social media posts, using the column to promote her coaching business, and Diane's book proposal based on Dorothy's collected wisdom that Diane planned to write herself. The audience was stunned. These were readers who'd trusted they were getting genuine advice from someone with 7 decades of life experience. Learning they'd been reading ghost-written content that stripped away the authenticity that made the column valuable was a betrayal of that trust. Several longtime readers stood up and said they could tell something had changed in the past year. The column had lost its heart. The newspaper editor confirmed that moving forward, only Grandma's actual words would be published, with a new system ensuring her handwritten responses were faithfully transcribed. Diane and Rachel tried to claim they were improving the column and making it more accessible, but multiple readers said they'd preferred the personal, authentic voice to the polished, generic advice. Over the following weeks, the newspaper published a correction explaining what had happened and announcing that Ask Dorothy would return to Dorothy Henderson's authentic voice. Readers responded enthusiastically, many writing to say they'd noticed the change and were glad the real Dorothy was back. Diane and Rachel faced consequences in their respective ventures. Rachel's coaching clients questioned her integrity after learning she'd been ghostwriting under her grandmother's name without disclosure. Diane's book proposal was rejected by publishers once it became known she'd been planning to write it while crediting someone else. Most of the family sided with Grandma, appalled that Diane and Rachel had stolen her voice and replaced it with their own, while letting her believe she was still writing the column that defined her community role. Some think Grandma should have confronted them privately, but the newspaper celebration where they planned to be honored alongside her seemed like the right moment to reveal who had actually been writing the column. Grandma is writing again, her authentic voice restored to readers who appreciate her wisdom. The columns are longer, more personal, and filled with the hard-earned insights that only 7 decades of living can provide. The celebration that was supposed to honor 18 years of Ask Dorothy became the moment everyone learned that for the past year, Dorothy's actual words had been replaced by family members who valued her reputation more than her wisdom. The column that Diane and Rachel tried to take over is back in Grandma's hands, and readers can trust again that the advice comes from genuine experience rather than ghost-written content. The 18-year legacy they tried to hijack for their own careers remains what it always was. Grandma Dorothy's authentic voice, finally free from family members who thought they could improve on a lifetime of wisdom.